Hello everyone, welcome to the SendouQ final. I am Pat here with Zarinie, and I mean, we have the best teams in the Splatoon scene right now ready to fight off for the prize of being your SendouQ champions.
Yes, indeed. I'm really looking forward to this. Oh my goodness, this is a stacked finals. Season 6 also. Can I just say Season 6?
Yeah.
That seems insane to me. Seems like, what, SendouQ stuff only started a couple years ago, and now we're like, Season 6! But yes, looking forward to get into this first match between Vacation, exclamation mark, gotta get that in there, versus Candon.
Yeah, I mean, Chandan is a team that has been on the rise, grinding tournaments and getting more and more results, establishing themselves to the top level, honestly, and getting really good showing of what they can do. On the other side, Vacation. Also, names are recognized, players who have been legends of the European scene. Here to take names. Really, especially pay attention to Devin Folke. Devin is an Elite one trick.
Yeah, I was
an
gonna
incredible
say.
sniper.
Yes, you need to pay attention to Devin because Devin is always paying attention to you, especially if you're on the other side of the map. You are almost always in range, so you need to be careful.
Yeah, it's very much a top of Europe showdown right there. The kind of teams and players that have been grinding, have been on the rise. And as a first game, I love that we get to cast it, Zari.
Absolutely. Oh my goodness. As per usual, it's so fun to cast with you, Pat. So much fun. I'm looking forward to this from that angle as well. But getting straight into it, we're on Hagglefish Market on zones, because I think we're on zones for all of this. It is a SendouQ
Yes,
tournament.
this is a Splat Zones tournament, and let's get right in the game. Vacation bringing a pretty classic comp. Both teams have a pretty classic comp. I noticed that Aphrodite has the Vanilla Blaster, which will provide the Big Bubbler. On this map, Big Bubbler is so good. It can give you the zone so fast.
Yes, it really can. But already we're seeing that Camden is able to take these fights and continually win them. That should mean they'll be able to keep this zone for quite a few ticks here. Even as Vacation are trying to find their way back in, they're going in like 1 or 2 at a time, which is not very helpful to them right now.
Both teams moving so fast, they want to answer everything, but right now we're at a stalemate. Vacation able to take the zone back, put Camden away. Right now Camden has 2 players down as Titally activates the cooler. It looks like Vacation is going to take a lot of control. It's their turn to get ahead of the zone, and it's on Camden to prepare a push, and they lost 2 players!
Oh, that is not good, especially not getting ready to come back in again. And remember, Camden does not have as much of that range as Vacation do with that E-leader, so it does make it that much more difficult to approach. But we can see here that they're finally getting a little bit... Oh, okay.
Hey,
A bit of an almost swipe there, I think.
Almost. Devin managed to get away with their life, but the rest of the team was forced away. Right now, Camden, it's their turn to hold the zone. There's a lot of pink on this map, but look at that. All of Vacation is already moving forward. Now they have Tacticular. They're going to try to get in, and right now it's on both teams to fight around. A lot of players falling down. Camden holding the attack, getting the splats they need to get, and they don't have any penalty anymore.
Yep, they have that lead, and they are just making much more of it. As Vacation are trying to find their way in. They need to get this zone, and they need to get it now.
Oh, but they won't be able to. Huge hold by Camden, defeating 2 pushes in a row right there. Incredible defense. Vacation needs to think about their plan a little bit more.
Yes, indeed they do. Because it did seem at the start of that it was very trade back and forth. But as soon as Camden actually had that hold, and they had enough time to settle into it, Vacation, regardless of what they threw at it, nothing was working.
Yeah.
They just weren't winning the fights that they needed to.
And that's the thing with the speed at which we are playing today. Everybody is going so fast. Stay coordinated as a team is really rough. And Vacation, when they were pushing forward, one player was a tiny bit ahead. One player would get into the fight a split second before the rest, and that one player would get splatted before they could get help by the rest of their team. And Vacation being split, not because they're not coordinated, but because the game is going so fast that any hesitation means you are not with your team right now. And right now, Vacation is a tiny bit behind Camden. But now let's go on to Macomart, another Splatoon classic. And Zari, these teams did not waste a second. They are coming back with the same weapon and no discussion. They know what to do.
Yeah, indeed. There wasn't any waiting in those lobbies. They're ready to fight for the next game here. And already, Camden actually... not having that many people up at the moment. They're trying to find their way in, but they need to be careful when they do not have the advantage of players on the field. But saying that, almost immediately they're able to turn it around.
Camden really has that ability to move forward and then instantly hold the ground that they have. It's really these fast pushes that's their signature. And right now, they have the lead, they have the zone, they have drinks, and they're winning more and more fights. Vacation struggling to push forward as one and paying the price again.
Yes, indeed. And already that is the 50 point mark there. They're continuing to hold, but they are losing players little by little. It still doesn't seem like Vacation has quite got enough to capitalize on yet, but they are using their specials to finally be able to push in. Is it going to be enough? That's 2 times!
And they still didn't apply penalty. They're still back. Camden really showing that they're here to play, and Vacation struggling to answer. Can they paint the zone in time? They're able to neutralize. There's just 1 point left, but they lose 3 of their players.
Oh my goodness. Even when it looks like it's going to turn. Camden just holds. Camden continues to hold. And that is 2-0 to them right now, which means going into the third set, that's going to be match point already. These teams, they're so quick.
Camden not wasting a single second right there. They held the zone. And despite being in a constant state of fight, they were always minding that zone. As you said, the zone was almost flipped by Vacation, but the important word here is almost. Camden simply staying in control of the fights and the objectives at the same time. Yes, indeed. Even when they would lose a player, it was when they had drinks or when they had people to they played together and they played as forward as they could given the situation, right? So yeah, it just worked for them. And regardless of what Vacation, even if they got 2 players down, it was never enough, right? They just could not get that objective. Going into the third round, I'm not sure what they can do unless they have some other strategy to deal with it. You know? It's as you said, Vacation were able to win some fights, were able to get the splats. They also are incredibly good players. It's just that Camden has that special perk of being a team that has been grinding so many tournaments lately, and they move as one. Vacation needs to match that and need to play even faster, because right now they're not able to capitalize off of the splats that they've managed to get.
Yep. Even when they get them, they just aren't able to do much with the opportunities that they are given. So yeah, it comes down to this game. Are they going to be able to find it?
And it's Camden that's changing composition, Zari. Risu is switching to a 96 gal deco. While I also see a splash coming on the side of Asta. That's going to be a good old crab tank that's so good at controlling space. But that crab tank is kind of alone right now. Doesn't matter!
No, they were alone, but almost immediately once that they started getting collapsed upon, their teammates were there to help them and to handle it. And that really, really meant they were able to survive there and continue that push. But oh my goodness, it does seem like it's just going backwards and forwards, but Camden seem to have that more strong position at the moment.
Yeah, Vacation were able to apply penalty get in, but they were pushed out instantly by Camden, and now it's a game of Can Vacation get a push, and a solid push that works? Oh, they get 2 players down, but they lose 2 as well. We're still in that fight. It's trade after trade Italy. Kind of a last player standing for Vacation. The Kraken is deployed. And that's going to be Camden holding the zone. Again, huge play by Camden, setting themselves up there as well.
Yes, can I just say, whenever your snipe rider is on their own there, the best thing you can give to help them is just a cracking in the face of the enemy. That's a good way to kind of give yourself some space. Oh my goodness, it continues!
It's non-stop, and everybody being busy fighting on that moving platform means they are not painting the zone. Camden, they just destroyed Vacation.
Yep. Yes, they did. They did. They were not interested in taking their time there. They wanted this done in a 3-0, and that's what they did.
And I can't emphasize this enough. We did not expect that.
No.
These 2 teams have been pretty even if you look at their results in the season. It's just that Camden is the team that has been grinding to be on the rise in that last month, and they are still growing, and they just showed that they're here to win.
Yes, indeed. They did not give Vacation any space to utilize any advantage they got. There was no moment of weakness that could be capitalized, and well, that's a good way to start a tournament, especially groups.
That's a great way to start the tournament if you are Camden, and honestly, if you are us, because that was masterful to watch.
It really was. They really came to play today, and I'd be very interested to see how other teams in the tournament are able to deal with Camden. Because yet again, we just did not see really after that first set where it went back and forth a bit more, like the first game of the set. We didn't really see that happen in the last 2. It's like Camden just like settled in and kind of knew what they were dealing with Vacation, regardless of what they tried to do with their players. It just did not break through what Camden was doing.
Yeah, it's really that momentum that you can have even at top level, where Camden were riding the high, while Vacation more and more were desperately trying not to lose, which is not a mindset you want to be in.
No, it's not helpful.
Not helpful at all. Well, we're going to take a short break as we prepare the next round, and we'll be back with more top level action. Do not go anywhere. And welcome back. We are still in round number 1. We're going to show you Crispy go against Entropy Black Lotus. Our first set went so fast that we have the time to show you the end of another set. So Entropy Black Lotus, top European team, going against Crispy, another top European league team actually. And right now Entropy is up 2-1.
Yes. So this is only because the first set went so quickly, and this team didn't get an immediate 3-0. So that's the only reason that we're able to get here. So we're gonna be, I do believe we're gonna be, seeing Inkblot Art Academy for this 4th game of their set. So at the moment, I think this is match point for Black Lotus, Entropy Black Lotus.
Yes, Crispy is bringing an S-Blast. They've had a lot of good results with that S-Blaster. On the other side, Black Lotus are bringing a Luna. I've seen so many Lunas at top level lately. I do not know why, but it seems to be working very well. The weapon can fight so well and really take good uses of these angles. Look at that right now. Noctis getting punished, but did a lot of damage. Crispy able to still maintain the fight around the zone, Zarinie.
Yes, indeed. Pushing Entropy back here, which is very much working for them at the moment. Punchy, you're looking for another pick with this crab. Not quite able to find it, but yet again, they're still just keeping Entropy as far back as they can. But as I say that, Noctis, well, I say that Noctis was down there in the pit, but he needed to go get a drink. So, got to back up for that.
Yeah, ooh, but very nice play by the Stamper right there. Crispy simply holding more and more control around the zone. Now Anger activating the Zuka with the tent. That is such a power move. But Black Lotus not able to paint the zone, and yet there's still people from Crispy around to defend, and Crispy is looking to get the zone back with 2 splats.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. And yet again, as you said, they weren't able to cap that zone, so there's no penalty points on it whatsoever. We can see them trying to find their way in with that umbrella, but the shields, they are quick on the mark to get rid of it as soon as they can. But already the fight is pushing into mid. It's looking like Entropy's finally going to get a break here and going to get this zone for the first time in the game. It's almost been 2 minutes.
It's been a long time, but we're getting there for Entropy. Now it's about Entropy defending, and this is where their composition really works well. When you have a tent, if you want to stay where you are, you're golden right now. The S-Blast waiting to the side. They know that Blaster is so important to threaten. Right now, the Booyah Bomb is going to go at the zone as Crispy is getting a few splats now. Can they get the zone before the lead swap? Zarinie doesn't look like it.
No, they do not have the ability to there. But it does look like they... Are they? I actually can't say that for sure. They should get this zone. Are they going to? It's a very different question. Guys, please. Oh my
They're
goodness.
taking their time to paint. They know how important it is to... Oh!
3 of them went down! Oh my goodness! What is happening? This is the second set we've seen where people just are not getting it. They're not getting the zone.
Not getting the zone here is going to cost Crispy a lot. Black Lotus looking to silver deal, punching with the crab tank, forced to roll into a ball, is not able to get to the zone, and Black Lotus is going to get this game and the set.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Yes, literally that the lack of a cap there ended that game. Like, as soon as they were not able to get that, there wasn't time for them to get back in again. Not against what Entropy had, especially with that tent. You were talking about that earlier. They are so set up to defend with that composition that you cannot take a moment. You cannot take a break. It just, no, you can't do that.
And that's the choice. That's the choice you always have to make in Splat zones is, are you going to paint the zone right now, or are you going to keep fighting to make sure you can paint the zone more later? And I don't think that was a bad choice from Crispy right there, because they needed to win that fight if they wanted to take control. It's just that getting a bit more paint onto the zone would have given the penalty, would have given them so much right there. And that's the danger of a zone like Inglot that has that big block in the middle that obscures your vision. You're not sure exactly where you are in terms of capping the zone.
And you don't know, like, there's so much of that zone that you cannot do very much about. That you just have to depend on your other teammates on the other side to be able to get the amount of paint you need. So definitely it is a struggle and a half if you don't have the people kind of around it. So yeah, that is unfortunate for Crispy there. They had that moment, but it's all well and good talking about it afterwards. It's just in that moment, you just have to keep fighting for it.
Well, we're gonna watch Crispy get another shot at victory right after this very short break. And teams are waiting for us for the next round, so we're gonna set that up, and we'll be right back. Do not go anywhere.
She said it will never go away. I know there is nothing left to say. Can we try to hold on just for now, even if we don't know how to show them what we're all about? They said they won't let us go ahead. Red lights, should we just go back instead? Can we try to hold on just for now, even if we don't know how to show them what we're all about?
Welcome back, everyone. We're into round 2 now. That was just an extra wee thing for you, but we've got real round 2 now. And it's going to be between Halcyon and Crispy, who we did just see. As you mentioned this just before this very, very small break. But
Yep.
that is the team that we just saw have a not so great time. But here's the comeback moment for them, especially since they're going to be going up against, someone a little bit more seeded along their lines, which is Halcyon.
Yeah, Halcyon, very good NA pickup, I guess. I mean, if they've reached here, they are kind of a team because they play SendouQ together enough. But
Yeah, they'd have to have proven themselves to a certain degree to be here. But yes, first game of the set, Bluefin. That was the other one. Brine Water.
yeah, Brine Water Springs. And by the way, these maps, they're chosen by the team. So this map was chosen by Crispy. The next map will be chosen by Halcyon. They chose the maps before the tournament so that everything is going very fast. But yeah, right now, Crispy has a bit of an edge because they probably have a better plan for this. And we can see a Punchy preparing that crab tank already, activating it. But getting flanked, forced into a ball, but no problem for Punchy.
Yep, absolutely. But already there is another crab on the scene trying to find a pick and able to get one. That's 2 down,
Ooh.
3 down for Crispy. Oh no, that's not what they're looking for. And look at those points. They're already through down into the 60s. Halcyon are on it right now.
Aiden. Halcyon are going hard and getting every splat they want to get. Now Crispy are back into their spawn, forced to wait a little bit, prepare the next push. They want to wait for their specials for coordination. Here comes the Booyah-Bomb. The Booyah-Bomb is thrown at the zone, but the strikes are countering things right now. Can Crispy follow through? They are still in that fight, and it's Punchy's turn to get the splats with the crab tank. Crispy is in this game, pushing forward. Now, can Crispy do to Halcyon what Halcyon did to them?
Yes, that is the question here. This is the response. We are waiting to see. Oh, that's 1 down on the side of Crispy. Not ideal. Halcyon are finding the pigs, but they still end up losing a player during that.
Oh, and Crispy is going to keep the zone a little bit longer. Reiki getting the splats of the Splatoon. That sword is so powerful, and right now Crispy is still in the right set, forcing Halcyon to fight up their ramp. And
Okay.
okay, and now look at the crab tank by Punchy so far up right there. Is going to force Halcyon to wait a little bit, but they don't have any more time. They need to paint the zone right now.
And they certainly are. They're trying to, but they can't reach it anymore. And that will be game 1 to Crispy. Okay.
Both teams playing that map perfectly, knowing that when you are in, when you have the advantage, you need to go forward. You need to push that advantage as much as you can. This is the kind of thing that you can only do when you're fully coordinated with a team, but it's really working well.
Yes, absolutely. Like, we had that moment in the middle of that where Halcyon did get a lot of space. They were up way into Crispy spawn, but it just, like, whenever Crispy did it back to them, they had so much more staying power that it didn't really matter. There wasn't another point for Halcyon to get in. I think the closest they got to was just kind of that, like, snipe spot, which they could kind of reach it just about, but it was practically out of reach. Yeah, they just didn't really have that way back, especially not in time.
And it is to note that both teams managed to have that same push deep inside to really punish the team as they respawn, as they try to drop onto their own ramp. But in the end, Crispy able to simply hold that longer, do that tiny bit better for 20 more seconds, which means that they got it. Now we are going to a map that was chosen by Halcyon this time, and it's going to be Barnacle and Dime. Very much a flat map. We're going to see more crab tank action, Zarinie.
Which It's Punchy. Are you surprised? I'm not.
Oh yeah.
Definitely not.
Between Punchy and Toast, we can expect a lot of very good grab tanks incoming.
Yes, indeed. But straight off the bat, one down on each side here. But it seems like Halcyon's taking more casualties, but they're still just about in control of that zone. They're trying to hold it, but with that Booyah Bomb to kind of disperse people, it might switch. And there it is. There's that switch here. Are they going to be able to take Camden? But that's 2 down each side.
Yeah, teams are still fighting for mid. Lots of players are falling down, but teams are still looking at each other, waiting for the other team to make a mistake. Halcyon keep getting a few more points, maintaining some control over the zone while that's happening. Toast activating another crab tank, getting some more action, but it's not working, and Crispy is answering with specials of their own. Oh, that's a very important splat right there, as Crispy is getting control over the map.
Yes, indeed. And Punchy pushing up, able to get a pick, looking for that Snipe Rider, but not able to find them there. Got help with 2 anyway, so it works out. And now they are very well pushing in to the spawn here, and that will work to keep Halcyon as far away from the zone as they can possibly keep them.
It's on Halcyon to get that push that they didn't manage to get in the previous game. The strikes are working. They managed to splat the crab tank. Now Kaden, fighting the Zipcaster to the side, is able to get it. But they still need to get the zone. There's only 10 ticks left on the zone. And Crispy's painting as much as they can, but the cap is done. Halcyon still into this game. Now trying to push Crispy away.
Yes, indeed. They need the kind of lockout that they were able... Well, that Crispy was able to do to Halcyon, but okay, I'm not sure that's going to happen right now. Oh my goodness.
The explosive power of the S-Blast right there, absolutely punishing Halcyon for standing in the same spot. And now Halcyon needs to play catch-up again, needs to paint the zone again. The Booyah Bomb is going to give a little bit of space to Crispy, but Halcyon now being punished for the Zuka.
Oh my goodness, this S-Blast is doing bits right now, and definitely making sure that Halcyon cannot just push up for free. But Halcyon able to cap the zone, at least continue to keep those penalty points up, but already, Halcyon are trying their damnedest to get in here.
There's less than 2 minutes left in the game, and Crispy is back in control of the map right now. Halcyon again needs to regroup, needs to prepare their special, and needs to move as one to get that big push. As we know, you have to get on Barnacle and Dime.
Yes, you do. You really do. But there's the penalty points. They are done, and this is we're running out of time here for Halcyon. They do not have yet again. They're right there. They're right on the zone. Look at it. Look how painted it is, but it was too late.
They were on it. They were on it. They were finding the answer to Crispy. But the big problem is Halcyon, they were able to push back. They were not able to push Crispy away. Crispy stayed around the zone this whole game.
Yep. There was no real proper response to when Crispy pushed up into their base. There was no Halcyon pushing up that kind of way. So that, and as you mentioned this during Barnacle and Dime, during the game itself, that for Barnacle and Dime, you need to get those kind of pushes. You need to be as pushed up that the other team cannot be on the zone, because otherwise it's just a back and forth stalemate until some team gets like 3 players down on the other. Like it is that kind of a map where you need those pushes, and it just didn't end up working for Halcyon. They never got that chance to get any further up. Even when they got the zone, it was never for that.
Yeah, I mean, Halcyon is finding a bit more coordination and a bit more results than they did in the first game. Because in the first game, Halcyon were doing good at the start, but the second Crispy took control over the zone, Halcyon were not able to even reach the zone. In that second game, Halcyon kinda figured out. They managed to paint on the zone, they managed to get near the zone twice, they almost managed to stop the KO from happening. They were just a little bit too late, but they were winning that fight. They were winning that push. If they can do that a tiny bit more, a tiny bit better, in the next game, they could get a comeback. And the next game, Zari, it's on Hagglefish. It's the map where every team of that level knows how to push. It is the map to reset your mindset and to get a comeback. So this is the last opportunity for Halcyon to get back in here.
Yes, it all comes down to this. And as you're saying, it is the map. Definitely the Splatoon map.
Zari. Halcyon fighting fire with fire and S-Blast with S-Blast.
Yes, I missed that. Oh my goodness. Yes, they're saying, no, we're not giving you that space anymore. We are going to do that to you. Toast deciding that it's more important to fight that S-Blast with S-Blast as opposed to keeping that crab tank. But we'll have to see if it works for them. But already Punchy pushing up, getting a pick, but ends up going down. That's 2 down for Halcyon though. So there's more.
Yeah, there's more fight going on. Both teams still around the zone, knowing that going across the zone, unless you are safe, is a death sentence. And right now we see both teams throwing specials at each other, still painting back and forth, trying to get the upper hand. Both the blasters running at each other. Toast getting in, getting past the zone, but instantly punished. Crispy still around there, and both teams still fighting above the zone, trying to get the upper hand.
Yes, indeed. This is still so it is in Crispy's hand at the moment, but was still so neutral. But I think this is finally the turning point that means the Halcyon's gonna have to fight their way back in now, which is gonna be a struggle, but not impossible. Definitely not.
This is the test for Halcyon. Can they push in? Can they push Crispy away from the zone? Crispy not waiting for them, zip casting in, splatting the pencil. That is a huge move, but the Tacticular was activated already. Halcyon are moving in, able to get one splat, able to maintain themselves here. Kaden not dancing enough, and Crispy keeping the zone, no penalty, keeping their players as well, Zarinie.
Oh my goodness, and when that is just ticking down, I don't know, there's... Wait, it's a 1v1 oh, well, even if that had gone the other way, I just realized it was a blaster, and that's not gonna pay the zone.
Yeah, I mean...
Ooh, oh god. Halcyon trying their damnedest there, but it just was not quite what they needed. And yeah, they just weren't able to get in that zone.
The fights were close. The teams were moving so fast and so close to each other. But in the end, it was really the positions that Crispy was able to take, Halcyon was not able to defeat. And that's all it takes. If you manage to really hold your ground every step of the way, you're gonna win the game.
Yeah, yep, and that is exactly what Crispy did. There is absolutely no contesting that. They got in, they held their ground, they kept those kind of the fight, even when it was in that kind of neutral phase, and players went down on both sides. Like it didn't kind of disrupt what they were doing. Do you know what I mean? They kind of kept pushing and pushing and pushing until finally they were able to just sweep kind of Halcyon the ground out from under them, and then it was kind of all downhill from there.
Hey, that's how it goes. Crispy making a statement of their solidity right there, of how good they are at staying where they are when they want to stay there, and especially, I mean, that as Blaster moving in, punishing everything, and the rest of the team really solidifying these kind of explosive moves. But 10 out of 10, no notes on Crispy.
Yeah, very well done. Especially coming out of that round 1 set they were in, where they had been fighting hard for it, but Entropy just being able to kind of like settle in. So yeah, that very well played, both of those teams, but just absolutely Crispy coming out on top there, having that 3-0 and holding on to it.
Yeah, that's going to be it for round number 2. I believe we're going to take another short break, and we'll be back with more Splatoon action.
I've been flowing down the river.
And welcome back. We are now in round 3 of this SendouQ Season 6 finale. And we are about to watch two incredible teams. On the one side, we have PXG. That's 4 of the best players in the world. That's just 4 of the best players in the world. On number 2 seed of the tournament, the top group of this team, the top team of this group, who are in to win it. On the other side, Healthy Diet Food Group, Zarinie. Look at their results. They've been working.
Oh, they have. They have. While we were waiting for this third round, we were waiting on them playing their set. We popped in, had a look. A hell of a 2 games we saw. But we cannot get into that right now. They've currently got a 2 wins under their belt, so this is quite a setup for them going into this. They'll be playing Bamboo.
They're playing Bamboo Junior, no tacticular. They want a lot of paint and they want to take every fight. Now, going against PXG, that's going to be a rough one, but Walnut, no fear, is going behind everybody on the attack, and it's working!
What? I was like, oh no, they've gone in to die. But no, that took a while for them to get there. But oh my goodness, okay, alright. They had that carbon in there too. They're working on those points. My brain goes, you did what now? But here comes the crab!
Yeah, but here comes the crab now. PXG activating the specials, being very patient and well together right now. Pushing in, getting the zone. It's on Healthy Diet Food Groups to create the surprise again if they want to push forward.
Yes, indeed. Here come the chumps, which is such a thing to say in this level of play. But paints the zone and... There's so much happening.
And the food groups, they just got the push, they just got the zone, they're back on top. PXG, they were not prepared for that kind of strategy, for that kind of comp, and right now they need to improvise, find an answer. Healthy Diet Food Groups is in their heads right now. PXG is back in control of the zone, but the food groups are still in that fight all around the zone trying to get the splats.
Yes, indeed. There's just so much happening. But they're still trying to get that paint on the zone, even though they were 2 down there. But the chumps, they're not going to be enough. Though that was still painted quite heavily in blue there for quite a long time. But there we go. It's finally switched. Almost suddenly. And that will end PXG's push there, and that's 2 down for them as well, which will stagger them a little bit, and they're gonna have to stay back, which gives Healthy Diet Food Groups enough time to get through those healthy points.
Yeah, a Healthy Diet Food Groups making good points, but Booyah Bomb is not enough to capture the zone yet. Here comes the crab tank by Bran. Bran pummeling the whole zone right there, getting a splat. But the zone isn't painted yet. Grey with the S-Blast is punishing the jumps in. And right now, PXG is going to hold their lead, is going to hold their advantage. And with a Tacticula now are going back on the attack. Healthy Diet Food Groups activating another Super Chumps, are moving in. They want to repaint that zone.
Yes, indeed. They are looking for kills here. But Pineapple getting caught out there, kind of in the open, and that's 3 down for Healthy Diet Food Groups. I'm not sure they're gonna have to find another way in, because this is not working for the moment, and that's a burn special just to try and stay alive, but they got a pick from it. So, all right. But time's a-ticking.
Time's ticking, but the food groups are back onto the zone. They managed to get 2 splats, and now, look at that. The food groups have so much control over the zone. Zera's dancing around, but not for long. The food groups have the middle of the map right now, and PXG are going to need to move a bit back, wait a little bit before pushing, because the food groups are in control.
Yes, indeed, they are. They're trying to get as much out of that as they can, but they're not quite able to keep it. With only 1 minute left here, they need to get that zone and they need to hold it if they're gonna be able to get anywhere near that lead. They're close, but not quite.
A penalty was applied by PXG right there, but the fault groups are back in control, are still holding that zone right there. 45 seconds left into the game. All PXG needs to do is apply penalty once or twice right now, and that should give them the game. But the Healthy Diet Food groups are holding incredibly well. Walnut is flanked right there by they're able to win that fight. How do you stay alive despite being flanked like that? They're so close to getting the lead.
They're trying, but with 2 down, yeah, it's not gonna happen. Oh my goodness. Yep, that switch there, it might very well be the end. But they have one more chance. Pineapple waiting for the opportunity, but picks the wrong target. Oh no, that will be game. Oh, had they have picked the person who was not about to go up into a booyah, might have been a bit different. But, oh, gosh.
I mean, both of these teams showed their ability to push instantly. It's like each time one of these two teams wanting to push, they would teleport onto the zone, paint the zone instantly, and win the fight. And both teams did that so fast, so well. And Zarinie, before this started, I was wondering, how did Healthy Diet Food groups win against Moonlight? How did they get there? And now I know they play so unconventional. They play their game and they play perfectly.
They are coming to this tournament not playing like any of the rest of the teams, and you can bet that all the rest of them, they have got ready to play against comp similar, right? They are ready for, let's say, the Stamper, the Snipe Rider, maybe a shot or a splash. That's not what we're seeing.
Yes,
they've already changed.
Who practiced playing against Bamboo and Double Bubbler on Hammerhead Bridge right there? You're not used to playing that. You're not used to doing that. And Healthy Diet Food groups activating another bubbler, taking a lot of control over the zone right there. Oh, they get punished though. PXG has the answer. PXG has seen it all right there and are still to the side. We'll see we're still fighting for control over that zone. Gray getting in with that S-Blast. Who's going to be like, S-Blast is the weapon of the day, Zarinie.
Oh, yes. That feels almost like an understatement, but yes, it is. We're seeing such good plays coming out of the S-Blasts here. And here comes Gray just to tidy up. But they're still finding picks. They're just also getting taken down at the same time. And like, these bubbles, I just can't. Oh my goodness.
And these moves right there by Jelly Roll with Virginia, able to survive, being in the middle of everybody. The two teams are still fighting around the zone. It looks like PXG is getting a bit more control, but they're not yet able to really force Healthy Diet Food groups completely out. Now they're able to activate that crab tank above the zone. That should give them some ground, some distance. But here comes the Zipcaster behind. Oh.
Yeah, that's yeah, okay. There we go. That's what PXG was setting up for. That's the moment which you fear will happen to you on this map. And it has occurred, and with less than 20 ticks left, I don't know.
Oh.
Jelly Roll's going for it.
Go, Jelly Roll, you can do it. Comes the bubbler. Can you paint in time? No.
No, it's such a big zone. Oh, that was a bit of a Hail Mary there at the end, I have to say. Look, they got a lot of paint down, which is fair. They also got to jump in, but it just, like, even an extra second, I think, might have turned that. Or even half a second, but not quite enough for them there.
Mhm.
But still, what a way to fight PXG. I'm still not over this.
I mean, Healthy Diet Food Groups, they kept the fight on. They managed to keep the fight on the zone for a long time. But they tried a bit too much to keep the fight on the zone. And in the end, when PXG won that fight again, Healthy Diet Food Groups was not ready to regroup into their spawn, were not ready to defend, and PXG recognized the mistake, went in and went deeper and deeper, and from then it got worse and worse for the Healthy Diet Food Groups, who are now down 2-0 against PXG.
Match point.
We are on match point indeed. Healthy Diet Food Group sticking to their guns, to their really interesting comps. The Carbon is gonna come back. Given that it's Mako, the Carbon has to come back.
Yep. No, that makes 100%. That makes sense. And already that is straight off the bat. That's 2 down for PX on the side of PXG. Which certainly they need to get the zone though. I've just realized, guys. There we go.
The bamboo is back to paint, it's fine, but it looks like PXG is respawning, getting back on there. The Super Chumps are there simply to hold the zone a tiny bit longer, but Brown activating the Crab Tank above the zone is going to take that control that PXG likes to have right there.
Shot. Can I just say what that final shot of the Crab Tank? Oh, so well done there. But yeah, already PXG have pushed a Healthy Diet Food Groups out again. This is looking very different from the beginning of this game. But already that's 2 down. That's 2 down, and there we go. Zone switched. All right. Okay.
The Food Groups are pushing back. The Food Groups are getting back in there and getting a Zuka onto the Crab Tank. That's 2 down onto PXG. The Food Groups are on their way to get the lead right now. Pineapple is trying to maintain some pressure, forced to jump away, but PXG are simply waiting right now for an opportunity to get in.
Yes, indeed. They're looking for it right now. They are able to find Pineapple there, but they're still kind of holding this. They want their specials. They want to push in together, and there we go. There is the moment. They are going to cap this zone unless something very miraculous happens. And it's not a miracle for it's not a miracle for Healthy Diet Food Groups. Ooh. Oh,
Diet Food Groups, they still have the lead right now. They have some time to assemble a push. As long as they're able to punish Grey, that S-Blast that is on their platform right there, they could get forward. I mean, PXG is dancing around their spawn, forcing Healthy Diet to use their specials simply to get near the zone. Rise Ball activating the Zipcaster, getting around, not able to do much right there. PXG not painting the zone, enough penalties applied, Zarinie.
What? Hold on, Jelly Roll. This junior player knows what's important here, and it's the zone. It's the zone is the objective at all times. It's the objective, and that is serving them well.
It's serving them indeed. And right now, Jelly Roll is back on the attack, dancing around the zone, forcing a lot of attention. When 2 players are rushing to the junior to fight it, you know you've done your job.
Oh my goodness, yeah, that is not something you see very often. Rice Ball looking to do, just make people look behind them, try to do as much as they can. But that's a wipe! No! Oh, that is so unfortunate. Yep, that means PXG should be able to get through these penalty points.
And Rice Ball was getting the attention of 2 players. The rest of PXG won a 2v3 to keep the zone right there, and with no penalty left, PXG are looking at a KO. The Healthy Diet Food Group needs to get back to the zone right now. They don't have much time, Zarinie.
They don't. They really don't. And after 3 of them going down there just really isn't very much for them to be able to do here. It's coming down to the last 5 ticks. And with a booyah over it, you can't really outpaint that. Oh, that's unfortunate.
I mean, healthy diet food groups today, they showed incredible play. They have great mechanics. They came up with a composition and a strategy that they showed can compete at that level. It's just that when you run against PXG, it's PXG is PXG has seen it before. PXG has these players have been around for so long. They have seen every strategy. They can adapt to that. And you see the difference between an incredibly good team and four of the best players in the world.
Yes. At some point, even with everything stacked on your side, you need to be well aware of exactly who you're dealing with. And also, I should say, there were plenty of moments throughout those 3 games where, they healthy diet food groups were able to keep it moving in their favor and take those zones back and hold them, or even just flip it, which a lot of teams would really struggle to even get that opportunity. So they definitely did keep PXG on their toes a bit more than some of the other teams, I would imagine, with more like conventional comp strategies. But yeah, yet again, it just kind of comes down to it. Like, they're seeded second for a reason.
Yeah. But for sure, we want to see more of healthy diet food groups. They are fearless and they're really interesting to watch and fun to watch as well. We'll get to see more fun games very soon, Zarinie. We're past the halfway point of these groups of the SendouQ final. We'll watch round 4 right after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everyone. We're getting into round 4 here, which is looking like it's gonna be pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting further and further into these tournaments. These teams are starting to separate themselves into groups. Right now, Vacation and Honkai, both teams have had a rough day, Zarinie.
Yeah,
But,
I think so.
But both teams have managed to take game off of their opponents, especially Vacations went to a game 5 twice against 2 great teams, but now these 2 teams are facing each other. We'll see how Vacation and Honkai do.
Indeed, and also interesting because we've seen Vacation before. We started with them,
Yeah.
but we haven't seen Honkai yet. So this is interesting, and already that is 3 down. Honkai are not having a strong start here, and definitely means they'll need to kind of pace themselves on finding their way in. But definitely not ideal.
Yeah.
But they found a pick. That's good. That's good. And should mean they'll be able to find their way in. And crap.
Yeah, here comes the answer by Honkai Vacation. Kind of respecting moving back, letting the ground be taken, but they keep one of the zones and they take back the other. Honkai not able to get much off of that push, and now the Heavy Edit is alone to the side. They will be able to regroup with their team, but Honkai hasn't taken penalty yet. Oh, it looks like they will.
Yeah, there we go. There it is. Yeah, that very quickly turned, and not in Vacation's favor, as they are now well pushed back here, and there's even a player dying straight out of.
Yeah, it's really the back and forth of Splat zones. If one team gets the advantage, they get ahead of the zone, they get into the fight. Nila is going to be punished, won't be able to get much, and Vacation are back on the attack. Going towards the zone a bit too hasty, but Italy able to get the splat. The lead is going to swap, but Vacation is still around the zone with numbers advantage right now. Italy is going to get the paint, and that's going to be Vacation back in control right there. Penalty isn't so high yet, Zari, so...
No, not yet. Especially because they did that. It kind of... They got their push a little bit more separately, but okay! That is a wipe!
Well, forget penalties, Zarinie. Vacation about to score points.
Yeah, you cannot get to that zone in time to stop it. And that should mean... Yep, there we go. There is the lead swap. Now, the question is, are Honkai going to get the chance to get back in here? They are trying to find picks, but it's not been quite enough yet. And with less... Oh, we're into single digits here. I don't think it's going to be enough. They don't have the range.
Think that snipe by Devin with the Elita is going to seal the deal. Vacation taking game number 1. Both teams getting good pushes, getting the hold onto the zone, but Vacation a bit stronger, a bit further, and able to really keep the zone, get the extra splats.
Yes, indeed. And yeah, that was quite an opening for Vacation there. There was some back and forth, and definitely Honkai was showing that they were able to find their way in the zone, but Vacation were able to push up a lot further and hold it for longer, which made all the difference. Yeah,
very, very nice hold by Vacation. Now it's on Honkai to adapt, and Honkai was not running a backline going against that huge range that the Elita is bringing. It's something you have to play around. It's something you have to adapt to. We'll see if Honkai are able to switch up their game, and they don't need to switch up the weapons very much right now. They're keeping their short range, very fast composition, but they need to break the distance and punish that Elita if they want to win this game.
Yes, they do. They need to get close, and they need to keep pushing them out of position. But already, Vacation's first to get points on the board here. Already switched, but yet again, right at the start of the game, that doesn't mean too much. But the kills do. Oh my goodness, that was 3 times.
That's a delayed wipe, Zarinie. Right now, all of Honkai is from the spawn and vacation know exactly where to aim. It's very rough silver with that Zipcaster going in, threatening the crab tank, not able to get the splats as the rest of Honkai is moving in. It looks like Honkai are going to be able to get onto the zone. They cut the distance, they rushed in, and that's exactly what they needed to do. That's a lot of trades.
That is a lot of trades. They're looking for as many people to take down as possible, and that has kept them in control of the zone. They are going to be able to get lead here, which, yet again, if it's in the 60s, that's not quite for this tournament. That's not going to last.
That is not going to last if Vacation gets back in control, puts themselves forward. Devin with that Eliter, able to simply get in the crab tank to push the Liter away is a very nice strategy by Honkai. Now can Honkai get in? They get the splats. Now can they get the zone?
Yes, that is the question here. They've got to make sure when they're pushing up that they are pushing up together and being very careful of players that may or may not be about to try and flank them. So that was very, very important for them to get that pick. And Tiddly being the only one still up ends up going down, kind of meaning that they're a little split at the moment. But that's not going to stop Vacation from going in and trying to find the picks they need to continue to push.
It is non-stop fight around the zone right now. Honkai holding the zone. Penalty was not applied, and Honkai right now got the comeback, confirm their dominance around the map. With another crab tank, they're going to keep Vacation at bay, and every second they're holding is good points.
Yes, indeed. It's just making their lead stronger and stronger. But we can see here that Vacation... Oh, there we go. There's the switch. There's the switch that they needed.
But that's another wipeout, this time in favor of Vacation, who are pushing themselves onto the zone. We're back to the drawing board for Honkai, who need another push, who need to break the distance again. And with Vacation in that strong position right there, that's going to be a rough one.
Yes, indeed. They need to find a way in, and preferably before that lead gets swapped. But it's really coming down to it here. They're getting the picks, but I don't think they're not. Oh my god, I was about to say they're not gonna get the zone time. They do! Down to a 2v2 here. Everyone's just trying to stay alive. But yeah, there we go. With half a second, maybe less in it.
Now, Zari, now that's a lead you can be happy with, and right now Honkai are simply holding the zone, denying the next push by Vacation. Vacation needs to get in because penalty is about to be done. 2 players down though onto Honkai. It feels like Vacation have their way onto the zone. They have 1 minute to get the lead back. They have 1 minute to win, and they pretty much need to hold, deny every push that Honkai is going to do now.
Yes, indeed. They need to just keep them separated, keep them from being ready to push together. And that is exactly what they're doing here, as 2 players are down. 3 players on the side of Honkai.
That's the lead going to swap right there.
Yeah. Okay. Down to 2. Is this going to be a KO?
Is this going to be a KO? Yes, it looks like Vacation is taking the zone back. An incredibly close back and forth game. But Vacation is up 2-0. Vacation is holding their lead.
They are indeed. And it was very much looking like they might not. That game was very, very back and forth, but they were able to win it out in the end and find that KO.
Yeah, which means, Zarinie, that Honkai, they are back to the wall right now. they need to win this. They need to win every game from now on. And Vacation, if they win one single game, they get to rest. Dare I say that they get to go on vacation for the rest of the round.
Yes, they get to finish it off and just chill as opposed to play 3 more games. Because that's what they're looking for. They're looking for this just to be done. They have shown what they can do so far. Given it's like, it's been down to the wire these past 2 games.
Oh, yeah.
But they've shown that they can do that. And they just want to finish. They just want to be done.
They want to be done. And going on to Crab Leg Capital, I'd like to point out, Zari, that we, like Vacation, they have been given maps that are very good for an Elite player. Now, this map was chosen by Honkai. It's too bad that your choice goes against an Elite on this map there. But Honkai, right now, they're bringing the Squeezer, and that Squeezer has Zuka. That Squeezer will be key in denying the Elite.
Yes, it will. And it's very, very important that they get the opportunity to use it on the Elite. Oh, Silver.
What a move. Taro, the last squid standing for Honkai, right there. The rest of the team is respawning, but it doesn't matter. Vacation is taking the zone.
Yes, I will say that that edit did take down 3 players in very quick succession, but 3 is not the whole squad. And there is an E-leader that can see you.
Yeah, the Elite sees you. You are in danger right now. Vacation holding that zone. They're halfway through the points, and the specials are a bit too far. The specials are not able to reach the Elite right there. Oh, but Ruby with the Jury is able to dodge roll their way onto the zone. That is a very nice take over by Honkai, who are going to take the zone, who are going to apply penalty. Now it's their turn to hold the zone, and they have the crab tanks to do exactly that.
Yep, they're in a very good position to do that. You just say crab tanks.
Yeah, they have the crab tanks. They've been running these double crab tanks, and that's what you need when you don't have a backline.
Oh, absolutely. And they knew that that's what would help keep Vacation back, especially when there's that E-leader. But they do end up going down, and that's the 3rd one. There's a wipe! Oh, they're gonna get lead from that.
Yeah, and now the Squeezer is in. The Squeezer is in position to delay any push by Vacation right now. Honkai finally finding the answer, finally able to really hold that zone. Oh, it is so close, but okay.
Yep. It was so close. Oh my goodness, Honkai. We were saying this is Neelator map was such a questionable pick, but they picked and it worked. Oh my goodness, they found their footing. Their footing.
They managed to get the attention of the Elite to the side, cut the distance with the Julies. And once they had that distance cut, once they were able to get into that zone, it was their turn to hold. And holding with double crab is what you can do. Other teams can often go through these crabs, wait for the opportunity. Vacation, because they have an Elite, they're a bit slower at doing that. They're going through a double crab with an Elite is a bit harder, and right there, Honkai really finding the counter, and we're going on to another long-range map where it's going to be more crabs versus Elite.
Yes, it is. Though, to be fair, if you're able to get those crab tanks into varying positions and using them at the same time, the E-leader has to pick, and also may be in range of one or both of them. So, that can mean stuff goes a bit sideways for the E-leader, but you have to be so incredibly careful.
Ooh, and right now, both teams are going in for the fight, but Vacation is getting in a bit more. Sapph dancing around on the track is going to be punished. Honkai, Vacation got in and got the splat, but Honkai reacted, punished. And right now, they're the ones in control of the zone. Vacation needs to prepare a push now, needs to paint around, keep their position, totally activating the cooler as the rest of the team can get in. Can they get the zone now?
That's the question. Truly it is. They're trying to keep the paint up, but also whenever your backline is knee leader, it's not made for that. But here we go. There's the switch. They're finally getting points on the board, and they're chasing down the surviving members of Honkai. Oh my goodness.
Very nice move by Tutuli right there. Sapph going in a bit too deep, a bit too surrounded. That's going to allow Honkai to prepare another push. And with 3 players down onto Vacation, Honkai is going to get the zone for free. They keep the lead. And now they have the crab tank in a very, very dangerous... Oh, well, never mind.
Sapph was still there! Oh, that was so unfortunate, because that is such a strong position. If you can get the crab tank there, and there's no players behind you to do what Sapph just did, you can do a lot of damage. But here we go. Here's the Zuka looking for a clear shot, not quite able to find it, but Cabby has that range!
The power of the squeezer, getting a second one, getting a third one. Cabby! Cabby with the wipeout! And Honkai has no penalty points right there. They're in position. There's nobody behind the crab this time.
No.
Rudy is holding the line. Honkai wants that game 5, and they're going to get the game. Oh, what? Vacation getting into the zone, but it's too late. Honkai getting the game 5.
Oh my goodness! What was that? What was that? Cabby! That was incredible, because it was one, and then it was all of them. Oh my goodness. And it really opened it up for them. It really let them kind of do what they needed to with those last, like, I don't even know, 30 seconds. Where Vacation was constantly on that back foot. And even when they got to the zone, it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. Oh.
Honkai, once they're through, once they take that position, are able to do so much. It's very rough to bring a crab tank so far ahead. We've seen it. It's very dangerous. But Honkai, once they're able to do that, they know that they have the game on lock. And now Zarinie, we're in game number 5, and it's on Mahi Mahi results.
Oh my goodness. It all comes down to this. This is exactly what Vacation didn't want to happen. But here we are.
It's never over. And Vacation, they've been through this. This is round number 4. This is the 3rd time in this tournament that Vacation goes to a game 5. They've been cursed with it. Now, can Honkai do the impossible? Get that, confirm that comeback, or can Vacation hold the line? Now on Mahitaro, opening so strong with the heavy-headed, the power of a splatling on a flat ground, shredding through everything. Vacation cannot catch a break.
No, not in the slightest. Oh my goodness. They literally, they cannot step foot past this kind of like boundary here into mid. They cannot at the moment find their way in. There's time, but oh my goodness, we're already at that point where there's more ground to go walking on now.
We're back to a fight. It looks like Vacation is gonna get it this time. What? Now. More than 50 points have been scored by Honkai, and Vacation needs to set themselves up. They need to deny the push because they know what happens once Honkai is in position.
Yes, they do. They know exactly what happens. So either they need to do it to Honkai or keep the fight in mid. They cannot get wiped again because we know what happens when they get those crab tanks where they want them to be.
It is an all-out fight right there. Vacation not getting the lead yet. The zone is neutralized, but 2 players down onto Honkai means Vacation is going to get more control. Nila is behind, but it doesn't matter. Honkai is forced away. Huge snipe right there. Vacation on their way to the final few points. Honkai has a final push, Zarinie.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Are they finally gonna break the curse they've been living with? It looks possible.
Oh!
And it's only Cabby. Cabby knew. Cabby knew.
Yeah.
Oh my god. I can't believe
Vacation breaking their Game 5 curse are going to get this one.
Yes, they are. And that finally means these two teams so far in the tournament, they've had a rough number of groups going on here. The whole way through, they've had it rough, but Vacation ends up coming out on top. But oh my god, that went to a Game 5.
That was incredible to watch, Zarinie, and I believe it's going to be time for us to say goodbye. But before we do, have you heard about Looty, Zarinie?
I have. It's a bit hard not to in Splatoon. Looty does exist.
Yeah. So Looty is Leagues Under the Week, or league that any team of any level can play. And if you want to get a few results before Looty, you want to go through fast Looty. Fluty is going to be this Sunday, tomorrow. You can still register, so make sure you do so. If you want to give a name to your team, the way these teams are showing how good they are, you can do the same on Fluty if you want to.
Yes, indeed. It is definitely the place to try and get some results before going into Looty. So absolutely, if you have your team, if you're able to, big recommend on taking part in Fluty. And then we also have another tournament. Now this one, it's not only a shout out for the teams, might I add. This is a shout out for everyone who's watching, because it's today. Yeah. It's after this. I think it's an extra hour or so after. But have you recently started a team without 4 members yet? If so, perfect. This is perfect for you. Or maybe your 4th, isn't around, isn't available. Then you could come play Tripnacity. You only need 3. That's a little easier to get people ready for. It's a format made for practice as opposed to more, competitively minded as this tournament is. So definitely the kind of thing for practice and maybe getting a team montage, and a badge, SendouQ badge. That's always a positive.
Yeah.
You want that on your profile, don't you? But yeah, what are you waiting for? Sign up to play in Tripnacity today. It's 7 p.m. EST, and there is a link for it not on the screen. A link to the page SendouQ.inc will be in the Twitch chat. There you go. Yep. It's not on the screen, it's in the Twitch chat.
Go to SendouQ.inc if you want to play tournaments. Overall, that's a good ad we could make as well.
Yes. I know this is SendouQ, which is already like a big, you don't know who SendouQ is, come on. But SendouQ.inc, that's where it's at. If you want to play tournaments, you better get on there. But yes, with that in mind, we as a commentating duo are going to have to be calling it quits here. We are going to be passing over to some other lovely commentators, but before we do that, where can the good people find you?
You can find me on Twitter at PatJ or Tom. It's written on your screen right there. And if you remove the underscores, you can also find me on Blue Sky, where I prefer to post these days. And Zarinie, where can I find you these days?
You can find me on Twitter at SPL Zarinie, on Twitch at Zarinie, where I play a lot of games. It's not just Splatoon. And at Zarinie on Blue Sky as well. So absolutely, this has been so much fun. Oh my goodness, the team play. It's been so good. But yes, we are going to be passing off to some more lovely commentators. So stick around. This is only gonna get more hype as you get further and further in. So definitely don't be going anywhere. And yeah, this has been so much fun.
Bye bye.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to round 5 here of the group stages here in SendouQ Season 6 finale. I am Kyon. I am joined on the other side. Got it right this time. It's Sapph. Sapph, we got a banger of a matchup coming up, but before we do, how are you doing?
Oh my gosh, Kyon, I'm having a really good time. What you guys need to know, listen. What you guys need to know is that Kyon, I reached out to him this morning and I was like, hey, what's your outfit? What's your fit? And he sent me this wonderful outfit that he's wearing right now. His little mallard on the chest, a cute hat. And I was like, well, what the heck? I have to show up now. I was gonna maybe do something fun, and I had a couple outfits picked out, and then Kyon was like, this is the one that you should do based on what I'm wearing. He didn't say that, but his outfit choice did. But anyways, enough about me. Let's pay attention to what's going on over here. We're watching SendouQ, Kyon. Stop talking about your clothes. Vanguard versus Entropy and Black Lotus. Now, Black Lotus, Kyon. Black Lotus, I gotta say, is like one of the best right now.
Oh, yeah.
And I love that we're already gonna just like jump right into it. They've been chomping at the bit. They've been waiting for Kyon and I to get here and sit down at the desk. And all else I'm gonna say is Luna Blaster and S-Blast 95. That's all I'm gonna say.
You know, that's understandable. It's gonna be that S-Blast 91, got that Booyah Bomb ready to go, and of course, hello Luna Blaster from Noctis as well. So as you guys noted, Umami Zone's gonna be our leadoff map to get things started, as we do get to see a little bit of a brawl between both teams. Two zones not capped until that very moment there. It's gonna be Black Lotus getting the first cap there. Noctis goes down right out of the gate there. It's Jay with a few quick taps of that pencil, able to get them out of the board, and it's the first push, so only 15 points cashed in here, Sapph.
Yeah, not too much, not too roaring of a start, but it is quite enough. But honestly, on Splat Zones with some of the best, like, it always is going to be a tit-for-tat kind of fight, as we got to see with Zari and with Pat earlier with the matches that we got to watch. But however, that's Mickey! Oh, wow. Mickey, you're so fine, you blow my mind. Going to get 2 picks off of Black Lotus there, pushing them back into their spawning area. It's Vanguard all the way down.
Vanguard got a few more out of that one, and I love that line you delivered there from Mickey, because that was exceptional, getting that double right out of the gate. But both teams, by the way, brawling back and forth, no true cap of the zone quite yet. And as you noted here too, or as we've seen from earlier, it's been very fast-paced, breakneck action. Both teams looking for opportunities to strike when they're able to get any advantages that they have. And it's gonna be Noctis, by the way, with the zip caster, not able to find any value so far. Black Lotus gets control of the zone. They're out of the penalty points. Phoenix pops the crab, looking to at least put paint down. They're going to be able to take 2 members out of their Vanguard, that is, and things are back to slow neutral, let's say here, Sapph.
Yeah, and Vanguard's doing a great job trying to get back in here, Kyon. That crab tank couldn't have come sooner, trying to get something moving here. However, like the flip of the script, there's 3 members going down, and that is Black Lotus trying to infiltrate into the front lines here. You can see there's 3 different folks of Vanguard looking to try to see if they can push in. That killer whale is going to cause a lot of displacement there, and actually find a lot of success, because Mickey, unfortunately, taking in too much damage to actually make that Booyah Bomb go to full fruition there. Jay helping out to follow up. The cooler now being popped here. There's no penalty in sight for the folks of Entropy Black Lotus, and only a few ticks left to go.
Only a few ticks left to go on the clock, and it's going to be 11 points ticking down, but the zone's stuck in neutral. Vanguard loses 2 at an inopportune time, but they're at least able to get the zone's captain. It forces the penalty points, buys Vanguard just enough time, and they're able to get 2 members out of there. Phoenix with the quick assist there. Obito is able to get that one through. Vanguard holds firm. We're almost in the last seconds of that one. They force 63 penalty points onto Black Lotus here. Obito is able to get Labby as well, and that will be all the penalty points out of there. Phoenix with a well-timed crab tank, now pressuring Black Lotus out of there at that point in time. 10 umbrellas being used for shielding, and Vanguard is still holding firm here. Noctis is going to go down, and there's going to be a delayed 2. Make that a delayed 3. Anger's down. Mickey strikes with another double. A wipeout is there, and Vanguard still holds on to the zone here, Sapph.
Oh, Mickey, you're so fine. You're so fine. You blow my mind. Hey, Mickey. Hey, Mickey, we're going to get not 1 double, but 2, and we're going to help out a little bit our friends up in the front lines there once again, and actually holding on to the special. A really brilliant move, actually, for the folks on Vanguard, because, I mean, you want to be able to maybe use that GG Booyah to prevent any sort of entry coming from the folks of Entropy Black Lotus, unless you're Noctis coming through with the Zipcaster. However, it's not going to be quite enough, as that is the lead change. Phoenix wasting no time to get past that 10 and calling out both of those jumps, and it actually might just be enough to have 2 folks in there to recover the zone. That's a penalty onto Vanguard.
Look at the amazing back and forth that we've seen, and it's literally coming down to who, not only who's getting the zones last, but who's able to win out fights at the biggest moments there. Again, when you have these top teams just going, looking for advantages, here, it's gonna be very, very threatening, and Black Lotus is able to get that zone back at an opportune time. They're recognizing, all right, we're already down behind. It's only 2 points remaining. We got to get the leads here soon. So they're moving up, trying to force Vanguard back, and they lose the S-Blast there on Vanguard's end. The penalty points are going to be soon taken down. Black Lotus takes out 2, but 2 there. It's just 2 members alive. Noctis is trying to hold the fort with Anger right ahead of the zone. Out of the penalty points. Can they hold on? They take out the S-Blast. 1 member going down. Jay is not going to have enough left in the tank. Black Lotus gets the lead and the KO, and it's going to be game 1 going to Black Lotus to kick things off.
You can't hear it, but I'm doing like coffee house snapping right now, because that that was wait here.
Yep.
No, you can't hear it. Anyway, that was a great finish for the folks on Black Lotus. Considering the fact that Noctis was able to kind of get in there straight away, kind of near the ending, and I feel for Obito there, because you could tell that Obito was about to throw the first or the third strike in their hands, and having them immediately taken out, I mean, huge displacement factor, unable to be used by Obito as soon as they went down from whatever came at them, I didn't see. They just kind of exploded into blue paste. So I didn't really get to see what actually took them down. But a phenomenal ending, though, for Black Lotus. And Kyon, another thing to note, and for the folks watching back at home, both of these two are 3-1 in their group right now. They are looking for the final spot in Top Cut Group A.
This is...
It's an important match. This is an important match. And also, like, some of the best of EU.
That was the big thing I wanted to note there too, was both teams 3-1, win and you qualify for Top Cut, lose, you're eliminated, you don't advance, and they're both EU teams, really strong ones. You've highlighted Black Lotus here as well, and Vanguard actually just came out of a round 4 where they went all 5 against F2 and unfortunately not able to finish the job. So Vanguard, I feel like have something to prove at this stage, just unfortunately losing it in round 1. But hey, you can rebound it back in round 2 in Undertow zones, a 2-zone map where zones are on the other side. We take a look at the quick weapons here, not really much changes to know. So big thing you want to keep an eye on now, Noctis's delivery with the Luna Blaster, and of course, can we see Mickey do a lot of value with the S-Blast and being able to make advantage of that burst bomb? First, all things considered, Vanguard only gets the first cap, but only for a small point. Now able to get it back here quickly. We're about 25 seconds in, and Vanguard gets the first points here, Sapph.
I just want to note, too, I love that both of the blasters in this matchup are doing so much work, and they're just, like, not the traditional blaster usage. And I love that. I love that so much. But anyway, you have Vanguard at the 85 mark, quickly being taken back by Black Lotus, down to the 92. Mickey throwing in a booyah, following up with the tri-strikes too. That is going to be super helpful in trying to just maintain some paint and some control in mid. Now control going back into the hands of Vanguard. You can see Anger looking to see if they can find any value, trying to push up on this right-hand side with a little bit of help from Jay over there with the pencil. Noctis unfortunately going down though. Vanguard doing a good job of maintaining their distance. That actually could be the key to success here.
Yes, the distance is gonna be the key here. Just trying to keep themselves with enough distance to catch Black Lotus off guard. And so far, what we're seeing right away is that Black Lotus was able to get some members down here from Vanguard, and it took them a bit, but they're able to get the zones back here. And with the big thing with Undertow zones here too, small zones. These are gonna be quick neutrals coming out of the gate here from Black Lotus and Vanguard. So both teams will try to look for any semblance of advantages that they can, knowing the fact that, hey, if we're gonna lose one zone, that's already gonna be the neutral. We're gonna need to get as many points as we can and try to force the other team to move backwards. 2 specials are available from Black Lotus right now. It's just a whale and a zipcaster from Noctis. Noctis pops a zipcaster, trying to see if they can find Mickey. It's actually trying to heavy focus onto Mickey, but Mickey shuts them down. Vanguard takes 2 members out. They're gonna lose control for just a few quick moments, but Vanguard is still holding strong here, Sapph.
Yeah, and no shortage of offensive pressure coming out from Mickey. Booyah Bomb being thrown over on that right-hand corner there, forcing the members of Entropy Black Lotus to all corral themselves onto the right-hand side from their perspective. However, still no value to be found, though. You could see Lady was able to take one, but it ended up in a trade. Phoenix rounding out, going around the back side there, taking one, looking for almost getting 2. Very close to a firework happening in front of us there. And that is Vanguard pushing in forward. Obito finding one, finding an assist as well, looking to try to just take the fight all the way to them into the spawning grounds.
And right now, Vanguard is doing just that. They're recognizing, all right, we got full control of the zone. We got to make sure Black Lotus cannot move forward anymore. And at this stage, Black Lotus, they have 3 specials. They got the Zuka popped in. Can that Zuka find value right away? Noctis is also trying to go on offense here with the Zepcaster. Nothing to find right away. And it's 2 members down. While all this is happening, their Vanguard takes 2 out, and I don't know if Black Lotus has enough left in the tank. This is a great hold here from Vanguard. Vanguard does indeed get the KO. We're tied up 1-1. Both teams getting KOs on the board.
A good ending for Vanguard there. I really appreciated how you had Phoenix on the bottom of the zone there in those final seconds, and then you had, I believe it was Phoenix. Am I getting the names right? Yes. It was Phoenix right at the top, kind of on that glass area, and just launching as many shots as they could off of the glass, trying to help Phoenix out down below. I mean, yeah, paint control definitely in favor of Vanguard there. And I love that we started with 2 double zone maps and now we're just going into single zone maps all the way down. I really would like us to get to Hammerhead Bridge, considering that both teams picked this map. Would love to know the reasoning for that, and I'm sure it'll be revealed. Hopefully, fingers crossed, it'll be revealed in a game 5. I'm not trying to get ahead of myself here, Kyon, but I feel like there was so much momentum coming out from that game 5 at the last time that we got to see it, just like a few moments ago. And so I'm hoping to see that here for Hammerhead Bridge, just because it's kind of a head scratcher of like, what, you both picked this?
It's funny, there's only so many zones map to go around, and everybody's gonna pick almost the same zones map, so why not specialize in one? Which, hey, if you're gonna make it to Hammerhead, you're gonna have to deal with the fact that both teams, by the way, picked the same maps the rest of the way. I believe I saw Barnacle and Dime and Ramen for game 4 as well, so you got 2 very standard maps and whatever the heck Hammerhead's doing there. So this is gonna be a fun one to watch as we're loaded into this game 3 here. 1 zone map now is the rest of the way. Nope, not really, nothing, excuse me, to note though for changes. So we're gonna be seeing almost very similar gameplays. It's gonna be strategically, can they hold zone, and can they take more advantages up ahead? Vanguard is gonna lose one right away, but they are able to get the first cap of the zone. Mickey's right there swimming through, and it will be Vanguard actually getting the zones first. My apologies, Black Lotus got the first points, but either way though, Sapph, it's still a back and forth across the 3 maps we've seen.
Yeah, very much so. And I mean, the folks of Black Lotus are currently on the back foot, kind of stuck into the spawn. I'm really interested in this comp. I've been seeing a lot of tent and pencil comps lately, and then the other 2 just kind of fill in the blanks. So I really like what Black Lotus is trying to do here, and it seems to be super helpful in what they're trying to do. Excellent back and forth by Levy. Unfortunately, though, not going to be super helpful there, as Jay is going to come in and kind of finish them off. With Vanguard now having points on their side and a lot more paint power, I feel like, that they're working with, a similar lead that we saw to last game. But you gotta be watching out for Anger sailing through on that tent shield, getting up and close and personal there. Unfortunately for them, to going down into a 3v1 type situation. Lady trying to call out Obito and entice them back towards their spawning area with the Killer Whale too. Super helpful displacement tool as Phoenix is going down. Now the folks of Vanguard finding themselves on the back burner there. Hopefully the Tri-Strikes can help with the follow-up.
And that's what we're hoping to see, if the trip strikes are gonna help out with the follow-up there from Vanguard. And something you actually touched upon too is the paint difference. I didn't realize how much of a big paint difference we could be seeing here, because Vanguard, they got the pencil, they got the slosher, and the splash too. That's a lot of paint output. And Black Lotus, it's just the Luna Blaster and there, which doesn't have much paint, so you're left to the pencil and the 52 gal on top. So it's gonna be, if you're Black Lotus, you're gonna need to look for picks across the board. And Anger's just right there, jump scaring Phoenix right there with a quick shot, and it will be Black Lotus getting the lead. That trade was really all they needed at that point in time, and Black Lotus is doing a great job. They're holding a little bit forward, trying to force Vanguard backwards just a bit, and this Zuka is going to be really well timed there, and they do take out Obito. It's going to be a trade. Noctis is going down, but any trade benefits Black Lotus, and Black Lotus could be on their way, and they should now be on their way to being up 2-1 with the second KO on the board here, Sapph.
You really got to be watching out for this Anger Noctis combo. You really got to be watching out for that, because consistently we would see Anger coming in with their tent shield, kind of dancing in between it, and then you would have Noctis following up immediately after them, either jumping through it, and or like if they were to get splatted, Noctis would be right there to help out. And like you kind of don't expect it. And even in those last final seconds, again, while Black Lotus was literally corralling Vanguard back into their spawn area, it was Anger and Noctis working together to push them back. I also really appreciate Mickey with this S-Blast pick, because there was a point where we saw Anger just explode, and I didn't even see an S-Blast explosion come through, but that is ultimately what led Anger to their demise. So these blaster picks are super interesting, and I also think that both teams are finding themselves at a deficit against both of these blaster players. But I think keys to success here for Vanguard looking ahead onto Robo Ramen, you gotta break up Noctis and Anger. You have to keep them apart. You have to at least take down one. Probably ideally want to take down Anger first, because that is the first threshold in trying to make your way to get to Noctis.
And that's a great point too. Anger and Noctis as a duo, trying to force Vanguard back. They're playing very offensively and very aggressively, which again, that's the thing you want to do if you're going to look for advantages further along. These are really good teams there as well. So for Vanguard, you have a lot of paint, but you got to be able to stay alive and take care of the of Black Lotus, entry Black Lotus rather, with, hey, if Anger and Noctis is just gonna cause a frenzy and trying to split us up, we gotta figure out how to take care of them first, and then try to collapse onto the rest of Black Lotus and look for the zones back. Yes, you got a lot of paint, but you can't do much with it if you're gonna be going down quickly to Anger and Noctis on trades. So we go into Ramen on zones. It will be game point coming up here for Black Lotus if they're able to take this one through. We shouldn't be expecting too many changes here. So big thing we gotta look out for here, Sapph, is this opening. Who gets the advantage first?
And I mean, it's gonna come down to who's just gonna throw out as much paint as possible. Obviously, you have pencil per both teams, so that's a lot of painting power there, a lot of poking damage as well. But again, look at that. There's the 10 shield. There is Noctis trying to go down the middle section. However, I feel like Vanguard has enough of a reach to where it's like, okay, Noctis, we have to try to hold you back as best as we can. But look at this. There they are. You speak, and then there they are. That's Jay going down, providing some jumps for Laby. And Laby's going to try to come in and help with the follow-up there, but immediately that is Entropy and Black Lotus entering into the spawning grounds of Vanguard, and especially having that shield on their side. I mean, they have a mobile shield and a non-mobile shield. I mean, what more could you ask for?
Definitely. And what I've also saw from Vanguard is, yeah, you took out basically the surrounding members of Black Lotus that was also collapsing onto you. I think I saw Anger going down during the earlier trade, but Vanguard didn't have enough left in the tank to push forward, even with 3 up versus 2. And you see Black Lotus, this is now total control as it's a wipeout. It is 4 down on Vanguard. Points are ticking down fast. They gotta start looking for people now. They gotta start moving forward. Phoenix is gonna have to clear out a lot of space with the crab tank. That means they have the splash. Otherwise, this could be a 100-0 coming up here. Obito with the trip strikes, forcing Black Lotus all over the board, but these are a little bit scattered here. The Blue Bomb, they're throwing the entire kitchen sink to force the zones in their favor. Yes, they're wiped out, but they at least get to live for another day here, Sapph.
Yeah, not even like the entire kitchen sink and like everything in the cabinets. Good lord. That was trip strikes coming out. That was a Booyah Bomb coming out. That was a bunch of special stacking that needed to happen as quick as possible, and you could tell that they were biding their time a little bit, like as much as they could. However, Vanguard still being pretty present into their own zone here, not able to really find an entry point. The penalty's not going to last super long for Black Lotus. Although they were able to initiate the penalty, I think looking ahead here, that is what Black Lotus needs to worry about, is that they have the specials that can initiate the penalty even if they can't hold the zone for very long. So you're going to need to try to find those players and try to keep them out of the game as long as possible.
And now we gotta talk about the other script. This is now quickly turning around in a hurry here. Triples across the board, and Phoenix with the last breath of that crab. They do take out Momo there from Black Lotus, so Vanguard is able to respond very well. They're out of the penalty points here too, so Black Lotus, at least if your focus here is to get the zones back, you're gonna need to find a way to drive Vanguard out of your base and out of the zone here soon. But here's that Tenebral, there's that Tenebral that was running down the middle there. You noted that there too, but Anger and Obito both going down. It's a brawl in the zone. The Booyah Bomb is being thrown the other direction. Noctis is down, and so is Anger on Mickey. Mickey gets a triple. That was incredible. The lead is going to change hands here, Sapph.
The mobility that Mickey has, you gotta be watching out for that, because I mean, immediately, I don't even think Jay was expecting that to happen. I don't think they were, Momo. I don't think Momo was expecting Mickey to jump down into that pit area. They did take them away from the zone just for a little bit, and look at that, initiating another penalty onto them. That's a 68-point penalty. Plenty of time for Black Lotus to try to turn the tides and try to see if they can figure out what they want to do next here. Now with having Cooler initiated and a plenty of paint to kind of retreat back to, you have to be watching out and where you want to take your fights. With the team fight now being initiated, that is Black Lotus taking the zone back once again. But again, the entry tools coming out from Mickey with the tri-strike helping out. The zone goes back into Vanguard's hands.
Vanguard just needs to hold the line in here for the next minute and 3 seconds, and Mickey has been delivering so much for Vanguard to stay alive here in the set, and the blue bomb's coming out. It's the same strategy now. You got Azuka right behind the 10 umbrella there as well, but Vanguard holds firm, and now Mickey's just trying to drive deep into it. Noctis is just trying to find any way from Vanguard. It's a trade of pencils, both pencils going down, and Noctis is down by Obito. Vanguard is responding well to the onslaught that Black Lotus was just delivering there. 10 points out of the penalty here, and Black Lotus needs to move forward. There's the cooler being dished out. It has to be the speed that they need, but Phoenix is trying to deny them with the crab tank. There's the paint. This is great usage of the crab, and all you gotta do for Vanguard is just paint over the zone, which they do. It's game 5 for Top Cut coming up here between these two teams.
Oh my gosh, both want the entry into that part of the group. They want to try to get as high in the group as they can. Phenomenal ending. Again, I keep talking about the ending. The bread and butter, the meat and potatoes, if you will, in between the beginning and end has also been really good. But it's like, the ending is always like what you would see in the textbook, right? So like in those final seconds there, you had the trip strikes coming out. You could see already that Black Lotus was trying to get set up with the tent umbrella and with Noctis trying to follow up with Anger. But with the trip strikes coming out, you also had a wall thrown out there. You had a Booyah Bomb like in the works on the wings. Vanguard had a really good session to close out Black Lotus and not let them infiltrate back in. So yes, I said it. I'm going to say it again. We're going to go to Hammerhead Bridge. I need to know why this map was picked, and I think it will be proven here very shortly. There's been no weapon changes. Everybody is really comfortable with where they're at. And I always wonder, though, if with something that's a little wackadoo such as this, is there some sort of weapon pick that is meant for this? Like, when this became on the drawing board, was it like, okay, we know that like this person is going to play bamboo. We know this person is going to play GooTuber. We know XYZ ABC. And maybe if there's no changes, then like that's also fine with me too. I'm just curious if there was a reason for it, but it looks like, yeah, no changes at all. No changes whatsoever. So we are set in stone with what we want to try to do here. It's game 5, folks, versus Vanguard and Black Lotus. Let's take a look.
Winner, of course, moving on to Top Cut here as they will secure the second place one out of Group A. So this is going to be a big matchup, and you've noted there too, no changes for weapons. It's going to be the same weapons the rest of the way. Look for Black Lotus here. Can they get advantages with Anger and Noctis? Which so far the answer is yes. And now the tricky thing with Hammerhead zones. This is very good. This is a very good lockout map coming up here. You can move forward and hold the line just a bit more further, and that mobile pick onto Obito was going to slow Vanguard down by just a bit. Noctis is going to go down. That was basically Noctis trying to play very aggressive back into Vanguard's base, and there's the Zuka. They're trying to find Jay, but Vanguard quickly losing so much momentum here, Sapph.
Yeah, and like you said, super lockout heavy. However, both teams have proven multiple times on non-lockout heavy maps that they're able to break back in, and hopefully Hammerhead is going to be no different. We can get back in, we can find our footing really easily here. However, rounding down to the last 20 ticks on the timer here, there is tri-strikes ready to go. I think Vanguard is trying to bide their time and see where can we make this opening. Obito is going to be the one to try to see if we can suspend that zone capture just for a little bit longer. It's pencil versus pencil just a little bit here, and Leiby also trying to help out, and Phoenix going down on the zone. Folks, you don't want to go down on the zone if you can help it, but that was super helpful for the folks of Vanguard, because now 73-point penalty onto Black Lotus.
Sapph, how many times in this set has Vanguard literally hung on in their last moments here when we could see Black Lotus possibly getting the KO, Vanguard just trying to stay as clutch as possible with getting the zones back at an opportune time. And, you know, there too, Phoenix going down was a little scary because that could have given more pain for Black Lotus to deal with. Fortunately, able to take out 3 members from Black Lotus, which cleared out the space that they need. And now Vanguard is trying to dish out the same thing that Black Lotus just did onto them. There's that cooler being used there from Black Lotus. Anger's trying to move forward. There's the 10 umbrella being used there. It's almost a defensive 10 umbrella there, and all the points are quickly going down fast. Obito has gone down, but Mickey gets a trade. It's trades all across the board. Noctis is trying to distract Vanguard. 9 points remaining, and Black Lotus gets the zones back at a crucial time here, Sapph.
Oh my gosh, unfortunate timing for Mickey to land there because Cooler did help them out to get back in, but then Noctis was there to answer right away. So Obito launching these triple strikes. These have been a very big hinging point for the folks on Vanguard. Obito has a very good game sense of when they need to time when these tri-strikes need to come out, and they have time and time again saved Vanguard from the clutches of loss. And especially too with Phoenix being able to get well set up on the crab tank, they have teetered very well in between painting the zone and also trying to provide some offensive pressure here. The folks on Black Lotus though, zone back into their possession, a very small penalty to try to make up the gap. However, once again, the special stacking coming out from Vanguard allows them to keep instigating that penalty.
And we talked about the special stacking that has been used here, and Vanguard has been using them so effectively that is keeping them in these situations where, hey, we need to stay alive here coming up. Unless I am mistaken here, Sapph, unless my feed is dying. And there it is. Took us a bit.
We're so back.
Yeah, we are so back. That took us a bit. All we saw though is 20 points left in the tank. That took us a second there, folks. As it looks like Vanguard is able to cruise right on through. Black Lotus is still trying to dive right into it, and these penalty points could be gone here in a hurry. It's gonna come down to who stays alive here for Black Lotus. Black Lotus takes out 2. Could this be the lead change? The answer is yes. But is there one member up? And it is a wipeout. 4-1 points remaining, and Black Lotus stays alive for another push.
I'm bamboozled. I'm flabbergasted. The timing of that could not have been better for Black Lotus, and especially once again, you want to be careful about dying on the zone, folks. You want to be so careful about doing that, and you want to try to entice your fights away from the zone if you can help it, unless you know that you can win. But here comes Noctis coming through with the Spider-Man special. I always forget what it is. At the wrong moment there, but an absolute firefight happening more so on the side of Vanguard there. Vanguard now able to take the zone back into possession very briefly. However, the folks at Black Lotus are already there to respond just as quickly. We're entering in the final seconds here, and Black Lotus is completely pushed up into the spawning area of Vanguard here. Vanguard is not going to really have much time to get back in here as overtime gets initiated. That's Noctis going down. Huge offensive pressure, but your primary painter, primary painter's getting taken down. The tri-strike's coming out, but it's not enough, Kyon. That's going to be Black Lotus by the skin of their teeth, moving on to the next round.
I'm trying to remember the last time, Sapph, that I've seen a scoreboard of 100 to 99, 1 point remaining, and Black Lotus in this scenario clams down in the final moments of that. And when we've noted that this is a lockout-heavy map, both teams understood the assignment. If you're going to get the zone, you need to push forward. You need to move forward. This is literally your tournament life on the line for Top Cut. Black Lotus pulls it off. We could talk about almost 3 important things coming out of that game 5 there, Sapph. But at the end of the day, both teams played so valiantly in this back and forth that we saw. And we saw this trading of games that we see here in this beautiful layout. The Black Lotus 1, 3, and 5, even games going to Vanguard. There's too much to digest here, Sapph, and that was the end of the group stage in that regard.
We're not even in Top Cut. We're not even in Top Cut yet.
Look, that was an intense set, and hopefully leads us into an amazing Top Cut here, as top 2 is pretty much now set for Group A. Group B has results gone final. Yes, Group B should be set already there as well. PXG and Healthy Diet Food Groups. Love to see that team deliver in on that one. That's gonna be the setup for Top Cut, which, Sapph, I feel like that first set hopefully is a sign of fantastic things to come. I'm excited, by the way.
Oh, same here. I mean, that was incredible back and forth. It doesn't get much better than that. Like that, it's down to the wire. It's into overtime. Both teams have single digit points with penalties attached. It's like, it doesn't get much better than that. Splatoon 3 competitive does not get much better than that. And especially when you're watching two of the best teams in Europe come head to head fighting for the cash prize. I mean, what more could you ask for? What more could you ask for? It's beautiful. I gotta say though, I really gotta hand it to the folks of Vanguard for trying their best to just like suspend the zone as much as they possibly could in those final seconds. But again, I also think Black Lotus played that so perfectly because they went for the painters. They immediately eliminated the painters. So this, like, Phoenix got taken down and Jay got taken down. So that's Pencil and Splash gone. And not only that, but at the same time. They were gone at the same time, having to start back at the beginning at the same time, leaving themselves with only 2 members, which, like, already ideally that advantage is in your favor. But it's like when you take down the people that are primarily trying to gain territory for you, it's like, what was Vanguard to do at that point? They just kind of had to, like, do their best. Quite honestly, it was like, all right, just do your best, throw what you can, you know, all guns blazing kind of thing. But Black Lotus on top.
Black Lotus will move on to Top Cut. Vanguard, I got such a heartbreaking finish for that team, especially coming off of 2 back-to-back game 5s and just not able to close it out on that one. But I mean, Vanguard, you played valiantly. We got to give you guys props the rest of the way. So again, that is our Top Cut. Stage is set for there. We are gonna get head to a break here, but before we do there, Sapph, we got 3 things to talk about here, courtesy of our pals. Flutie, by the way, is gonna be coming up. Of course, it is the second official tournament for the upcoming Ludi season. Want to show off your team skill to the seating council? Make sure to sign up for the one-day fast version of Ludi, taking place this Sunday. Register at spo.inc, spo.inc/Flutie6 before Saturday night to be a part of this event. Sapph and I, we're gonna probably be busy this Ludi season, so hey, if you want to make your point with the seating council, now's the time.
Yeah, come hang out with us on Ludi tonight on Splatoon Tourney. You gotta come and hang out. Gotta come see us.
Yes,
we want to
sure.
see you, so you have to come see us. But Kyon, there's also another tournament that's happening because, you know, have you ever been in a situation where you've had a team but you're missing a 4th, and either they're busy or you just like don't quite have a 4th yet? Well, listen, I have the tournament for you, and it's called Tripnacity. And Tripnacity is a 3v3 tournament. And they offer a format made with practice in mind. They have a team montage in store for the winners, which is so cool, you guys, so cool. And of course, you get to have a lovely, beautiful Sendo badge to display on your profile on sendo.inc. So you want to sign up and play Tripnacity. It's on February 22nd, which is tonight, actually. Yep. At 7 p.m. EST. And so if you need to take a break and kind of mellow out from the SendouQ finals with me and Kyon, maybe playing Tripnacity, maybe playing something gimmicky and fun would be a good palate cleanser for you. So there's a link to the page on sendo.inc, and it'll be sent through the Twitch chat for more information. But with that being said, we are going to take a brief break, like we were saying, and get into Top Cut here in a little bit. So if you need to get up, go grab a snack. If you need to go use the bathroom, do that. Go get a drink, but don't go too far, because Top Cut Season 6 of SendouQ Finals is coming up next.
Hopefully you guys are back in time for Top Cut here in SendouQ Season 6 finale. We got our 4 teams from groups, and it's time to kick this one off. I'm Sapph Kyon. Sapph is still with me here as always. We are kicking off. By the way, you might be recognizing one of these teams from just earlier because they're back again. Entropy and Black Lotus. This time against PXG. Coming out of round 1, winner of course takes on the winner on the other side of FT Win versus Healthy Diet Food Groups. Sapph, I'm hoping for some fireworks in this Top Cut matchup.
Wait, who's Black Lotus again?
That's a good question. Let me think that.
Yeah, I don't know who that is. I'm unfamiliar. You're gonna have to talk me through it like I'm a toddler. Who is this?
This is a strong EU team here, Sapph, and they literally just finished round 5 in that amazing set against Vanguard. They finished Group A 4-1, coming out of second in Group A. PXG on the other side, 5-0 record here. I'm really having deja vu right now. There is no other way this can be said. It is Hammerhead Bridge on zones now. We saw Black Lotus, by the way, from earlier, the top EU team, of course, finishing second in the group, and they're up against PXG. Familiar names out of PXG includes Zara's, Bran, and a few other, which I'm completely blanking on because I thought I had them. Oh yeah, there they are. But otherwise, we're about to queue in here. There's Gray, there's you. This should be a lot of fun. First of 5 coming up here. Let's get this show on the road here, Sapph.
Oh my gosh, yes. I love looking at the folks at PXG because it's just a hodgepodge of very excellent players there, especially like you were saying, you have Bran, who is the captain or co-captain rather of Starburst, who has won very many majors and is no stranger to the big level stage here. However, Black Lotus having a little bit of an upper hand. They just finished a really amazing bout here just a little bit earlier. So definitely a little bit more warmed up, trying to maybe look ahead and see if they can try to use the same kind of tactics against PXG here. And especially because PXG, folks, remember, is 5-0 currently as we enter into Top Cut. So looking to try to see if they can continue that record, and Black Lotus is looking to try to settle the score. Black Lotus, though, down to the 77 mark here, very narrowly taking the lead. And just to comment on the comp happening over on PXG, Kyon, I love the Rapid Blaster pick.
That Rabbit Blaster Pro Deco with the whale should be a lot of fun to watch in time, especially with the angle shooter. I love what that provides in a team that has the Splash, the Stamper, and that Snipe Fighter to help stabilize the group. So that's going to be one of the weapons to look out for. Almost a somewhat blaster duel that we're going to have here coming up. As we do see Black Lotus, by the way, they're just running with it right now. They're running off of that momentum from the previous game 5 against Vanguard. They take 2 members out there, but this could be the zones quickly being recapped. Yes, it is, and they're taking members out of PXG in a hurry here. And will this be the game? It will. Just like that, it's game 1.
Completely different story from what we saw last time. The last game took almost 6 or 7 minutes, like into overtime, the whole shebang. That's what I'm saying. Like, Black Lotus was warmed up. They were ready. They were warmed up for this match, and they were ready to just do it again and run it back again against somebody else. And they had really not too much challenge. I like don't mean to say it that way, but they didn't really have much challenge coming out from PXG. And so this, folks, if you don't understand quite how counterpicking works, let me explain it to you in the best way that I can. But what that means is that since we are only playing Splat Zones, the zone part or the mode part doesn't really matter as much. However, since Black Lotus won on Hammerhead Bridge, they cannot pick Hammerhead Bridge again. PXG, however, could pick Hammerhead Bridge again, considering they do not have a win on it. But this puts PXG in the seat to try to pick a map that they could see that would be advantageous to them. And the first game is always just information gathering. It's always just trying to figure out, okay, like, what are they running with? How fast are they playing? Who's going where? What kind of positioning are they trying to take from us? And now following up into game number 2, how can we try to combat that? And is there a map that can maybe combat that? And or try to add some sort of complication to what Black Lotus is trying to work with here. So PXG is trying to decide on that right now. And still in a best of 5 scenario, and it sounds to me like the counter pick has now been chosen, and we are going to Crab Leg Capital.
So you want to know the funny thing is, before I touch upon Crab Leg Zones, because that is one of their 6 maps, both teams, by the way, picked Hammerhead Zones. This is almost the same situation from the previous one. So both teams just really valuing that Hammerhead Zones for the leadoff. Of course, since both teams picked it, that was our leadoff game there. And Crab Leg Zones is an intriguing choice because there, with PXG just not able to get the game going in the way they wanted to from game 1. I'm wanting to see how this second game adjusts. We shouldn't be expecting too many swaps, and maybe minor adjustments. I take that back. There is a weapon swap, by the way. Gray is like, all right, let's get the S+91 with that Booyah Bomb and Burst Bomb available right there, and we're back to kind of something similar that we've seen before. It's a blaster duel of all proportions here, Sapph.
I know, it's literally the same blaster to duel against them. And so that makes me wonder, was PXG just kind of biding their time and watching like what was going on? And they were like, it seems to me that Mickey with the S-Blast has been kind of causing a really big rift in whatever Black Lotus has been trying to do. However, not really seeing too much of that here as opening statements are being made. It's still Black Lotus with no penalty in sight.
Yeah, no penalty right out of the gate here, and with Black Lotus kind of doing something similar there, that 10 Umbrella causing a lot of problems, is forcing PXG just a bit backwards, but the Crab Tank and all of the follow-up in the world puts PXG with that triple that was secured. They're going to get the zones back, and this time Black Lotus is only down to 54 points remaining. Levy there is going to be using that whale, trying to scout one up. Gray's going to have to escape there soon, and it looks like Black Lotus looking for the next move up, but Noctis is going to go down, and that will be a feud that will slow them down just a tiny bit. Gray's going to go down with it, a trade of blasters there, and both teams still fighting for the zone here, Sapph.
A really minor thing that I kind of noticed on that top left-hand side, Kyon, was Levy was kind of getting set up there, trying to see if they could kind of flush out the offensive pressure. And I like how they saw the jump coming in and immediately moved away in order to protect that jump. Really small, minor detail, but like when somebody's jumping in with self-jump, you really want to make sure that you're not standing right next to them, and you want to like give them the space to try to enter the map safely. So I just appreciate that. It's just one of those minor pieces of thinking that you have to do on the fly as everything else is happening and as you're keeping track of everything else happening. But if your name is Zarinie and you study the blade, you can really be helping out your teammates here on PXG because, I mean, nobody is safe jumping down off of that ledge if Zarinie is there to follow up.
And Zeros just caught Noctis between a rock and a hard place, and now PXG with a fantastic response. All right, we lose game 1 in the shared map that we had. All right, let's get crap like in our favor there. We're tied up 1-1. Black Lotus had a great start. PXG with a fantastic finish to take that one home there, Sapph. And you know that they're too small. Yes, there are small minor details, but when you're playing teams of almost equal top team caliber, you can't afford those minor details. Could mean the difference between winning a map and not winning one for sure. So that's just something to keep note there. And Zeros with that stamper, by the way, catching two members there with Noctis being cornered. PXG just ran that one all the way home there, Sapph.
Yeah, I mean, Zeros caught them completely off guard. And as soon as everybody was kind of forced back into the spawning area and coming out from the spawn, it was PXG all the way down. I mean, Zeros was consistently just kind of sailing back and forth between all of the drop points, probably calling out anything that could be called out immediately, and allowing their teammates the space to try to follow up, like either on the top right if somebody's going top right, or like whatever, because Zeros was like, okay, I have 2 people jumping down into the pit here, and as soon as somebody else made landfall, the second member made landfall into that pit, they were already there to follow up and provide some cover fire for Zeros. So you have to really appreciate good communication.
Oh, definitely. Like the communication definitely being on point is what's going to matter the most, especially with as you know, there with Zeros in mind. So with game 3 coming up here, gonna be intrigued to see what this counter pick here. So the good news, Sapph, is to my knowledge, I believe both teams actually have 6 zones map that they pick. They both, obviously, let's get the elephant out of the room there. They both picked Hammerhead. So looking at the zones map that they had available to them is going to be Inkblot, they got Brine Water, they got Umami, and Barnacle and Dime, and Ramen. Those are the 5 that I see so far from Black Lotus. It's going to be, I'm kind of intrigued to see what their counter pick is going to be. We might be getting that 3rd map here soon, but I'd imagine this is going to probably try to be a counter pick that helps favor what Anger and Noctis is trying to do. We got word that it's going to be Barnacle and Dime zones coming up here, Sapph, which from what we saw, it makes sense. And from what we both saw, excuse me, from the previous set was Black Lotus had a good idea on how to play that map, but especially with that win, they got to see if they can do the exact same against PXG in a set that's tied 1-1.
Yeah, and I'm curious to go back. I want to go back and talk about that Inkblot pick because I feel Inkblot zones is really not advantageous for what Anger and Noctis have been kind of doing today. There's a lot more obstacles I feel like to keep track of. So that's interesting that's what the pick was. However, okay, no changes coming out from either side. We still have the S-Blast 91 being held on to by by Gray. And however, with the first shot being fired, that's 2 members of Black Lotus going down. PXG opting to push forward here. Anger defending themselves really well, but finding demise against Gray. There's a wall coming out there, and Gray is forced to retreat, but just enough space being taken here to where the lead can be taken by PXG.
Yeah, and PXG able to secure that one. And something that we've noticed here, Black Lotus is going to have to eventually know how to deal with the S-Blast change that Gray just dished out there. You go from an RVP deco, you took care of PXG from game 1. This game and the previous game is an S-Blast, and Black Lotus is going to be starting off very slow right now, as it's going to be Gray with a pick, patient play, not able to land the shot. Anger's able to get the Tenebrel out there just in time. There's the rest of the team to assist them forward, and Labby and the rest of Black Lotus is just going to have to retreat, and they're going to have to buy themselves a little bit of time. The only special available is just a lone killer whale here, Sapph, and PXG just running with the momentum.
A lone killer whale, indeed. One whale to rule them all. PXG now into single digits of taking the zone back into their possession here. And you would think, because Black Lotus definitely has, I feel like, the more advantageous weapon comp to try to utilize space a little bit better. There's not as many surfaces for Zeros to kind of attach themselves onto, but I mean, hey, if we can actually keep the members of Black Lotus at bay for as long as possible, just eliminate that penalty and try to bide our time, then maybe we could actually find we could find love in a hopeless place. To quote Rihanna, we could find love in a hopeless place. And I think that PXG is doing just that, because look at this. There's onslaught from the crab tank from Brand. There's a lot of shots being fired from the distance up on that upper platform area there, and a 1-to-1 trade happening for both sides, but still great coverage though by PXG. You can see Momo's trying their best to like do what they can, but it's just not going to be quite enough. That's PXG taking game number 3.
And that is now a 2-1 advantage for PXG. Next map secures grand finals for PXG there. Black Lotus will eventually is gonna have to deal with this S-Blast change. I know the S-Blast really isn't the focal issue though, because you have a sniper, you got a splash that you're gonna have to look out against from PXG. It's just a lot of paint output there from PXG that they're gonna have to deal with, and Black Lotus is just gonna have to solve that riddle eventually. There, we both kind of get the sense that they're trying to build off of what Anger and Noctis can do, but when that doesn't seem to work, things just get stalled really quickly for Black Lotus, and PXG just picks up the pieces. It's one of those things that Black Lotus will need to find. This counter pick for Black Lotus, is going to need to be the one that gives them that 2-2 tie to make this the decisive game 5. It's going to be a matter of who for Black Lotus, I imagine, so they're going to have to figure out who to target first from PXG to help kickstart this game 4 run.
Yeah, and you actually said something that kind of made my brain itched my brain a little bit just earlier, which it like really, what is it about the S-Blast 91 that has been making it so difficult? Like, is it the blaster itself? Is it the different blast ranges? Is it the Booyah Bomb? Is it the sub? Like, what is it that makes that challenging? And to me, it's a little mysterious, because it's like you have somebody like Noctis who is so incredibly good at what they do. And especially when they have the type of teamwork and help from Anger with a mobile shield to like help protect them. Like you would think that would be ace in the hole type of material. And so far it has been. Because obviously we're in the semifinals here. We're looking to try to see who's going to punch their ticket into Grands. But it just seems like every time that S-Blast pick comes out, there's a thorn in the side. There's a detriment. Like there's a deficit. There's something that is like preventing a lot of the momentum for Black Lotus. And so you have to wonder what's happening in that voice chat. Like what is it that we have to do to try to counter this? And especially because there's been no changes being made. So with Brinewater swings, the springs of Brinewater coming up to try to help out and see that being the counter pick going down. There's still a lot of openness here. The pathway up to the spawn is quite literally a hill to climb, but still a lot of straightaways for Anger to be able to launch that tent shield, a lot of like little nooks and crannies for people to hide and for people to try to just launch blasts up over the ledges. So like, who's to say? I mean, to me, Brinewater Springs is really an interesting pick, but it also makes me wonder that both sides, once again, similarly to our previous Hammerhead bout, it is a very lockout heavy map, but like neither team is like worried about that, if that makes sense. Like, yes, we can get locked out, but it's so easy for them to use the tools that they have to re-enter.
And one of the things I wanted to note there too, it's you touched on the thing that I think kind of makes sense with why this counter pick is coming into play. As expected, there is no weapon changes here. Is Black Lotus is trying to build off of the Tenebrella shield. It's one of those weapons that I feel like has been the center of everything. And Brinewater Springs, if you're able to get the cap of the zone, you could be a force against your opponent if you're able to take advantage of the shield. The thing is, though, is that I think it helps neutralize a little bit the Booyah Bomb potential to help cap the zone in the event that PXG needs to throw the entire kitchen sink at them. So it's just because of the block in the middle for context. So DXG, they will get 27 points on the board, and now Black Lotus, here's the offense that is going to be kicking in. There's the cooler. Well, whatever offense I had in mind wasn't going to be there anymore. PXG immediately returns fire. They get the zones back. They will continue to take down these penalty points. Black Lotus not able to swing lead the other direction despite the advantage.
Yeah, but I like how PXG is spreading out their resources here. You have Pencil kind of taking a little bit of a further step back. You have Zeros entering into the spawn with no fear, trying to see if they can try to disrupt anything that they can. However, already with a couple members going down, the defense is now being toppled, and that is Black Lotus following up once again. Even though Cooler is being popped, there's still multiple members of Black Lotus that are still up into the fray. They do lose the mobile shield coming out from Anger, however, but I don't think that's going to be causing them much of a detriment here, as the folks are actually really doing a great job of jumping to the right person, like right there, like you were just touching on, really trying to build around the shield, and that was Laby jumping back to Anger and finding a nice double splat.
Yeah, finding a fantastic double splat there. Black Lotus still not able to cap because, as you noted, PXG spreading the resources around as we get the wipe out there as well for PXG to extend the lead. They're just causing a lot of mayhem for Black Lotus to deal with. And from what I just saw earlier there too, there were 3 Black Lotus members there trying to surround Brand, trying to take out the splash in the event that the Crab Tank was going to show up. And at that stage, well, the Crab Tank was taken out. It's just a Zuka fire right into the face of Brand, but even so, there is still no momentum. There is still just 2 members down. Momentum is slowing down just a tiny bit from PXG's end, and Black Lotus at least gets the zones back. They're gonna have to get everything set up back once more. Labby's gonna be the one to try to distract PXG, and they take out the pencil, and this could be Black Lotus's time to shine there, Sapph.
Yeah, taking out the pencil, super big deal. Taking out Zara's, super big deal. Look at Brand trying to bide their time here, just trying to calculate the risk. Laby going down. Noctis finding themselves pinched between a rock and a hard place. However, Brand is going to try to focus their fight elsewhere because look at this. Anger trying to come in and help out, but it's just not quite enough here. Brand is going to try to launch that Crab Tank to try to save themselves. They did it to save themselves and shield themselves from danger. Also taking down Noctis in the process. Brand finding themselves on a 3-splat streak currently. And the folks of Black Lotus are corralled back into the spawn.
Back into the spawn they go, and with Brand really just trying to play that one patiently, it was a fantastic maneuver. And yes, even a time where you need to use a defensive Crab Tank to save yourself, any player up is gonna be a huge advantage the way this game and the way the set's playing out right now. And Black Lotus is just trying to find any more that they can, and they take 2 members out, and now they're trying to spread everybody out there with any movement that Black Lotus is throwing. But Noctis is gonna go down once again. I think still trying to look for any sort of offense. Brand drops down, by the way, into the zone, but Anger takes 2 out. They take Gray, they take you out of the picture. It's 2 members down from PXG's, and Brand is focused on the Labby, buying themselves enough time. Black Lotus gets the lead back at a very crucial time there. Noctis is trying to look for one more. It's 20 points remaining, and now counting down. PXG trying to throw every paint down into the zone, but to little success at the very least. Black Lotus is still holding on strong here, Sapph, with 10 points remaining, still going on, 2 members down, and that's a delayed 3. Black Lotus forces game 5 here in semifinals.
That pick that Momo got onto Noctis was huge. Yes, that is, I did say that correctly. That pick that Momo got on, or no, that was on Zara's.
Yep.
That was on Zara's. Okay, that pick that Momo got onto Zara's, that was major. That was huge because the pencil, if that were to flip into the other direction and you were to take out the pencil, that would have been huge painting potential. Huge painting potential to have, and we probably would still be in that game right now. No lie, we probably would still be there. So the turning of the tide there, that was really, really key, because taking out that type of offensive pressure, especially because if you saw, Zeros literally flew across the map and went for Momo. They were like, you are my target, you are the one that I need to get out of here. And yeah, like that picture perfect, that was huge. That ultimately led up to the win for Black Lotus there, because I have a feeling that PXG, if if that pencil player were to go down, PXG would have capitalized on that so fast it would have made your head spin. So I'm looking forward to this. We have a really cool game, I think, coming up here in Museum de Alfonsino. We're punching our tickets. We're going to see the sights, the sounds, and exhibits. We oversalted ourselves at Brine Water Springs. Looking at you, PXG. We added too much salt to the mix. The turkey's now really salty. Whatever we were trying to cook up in the pot there, in the brine water, a little bit oversalted. However, gonna spend the afternoon on Museum de Alfonsino. Hopefully things can maybe turn around here. It sounds to me like Black Lotus could be the ones to try to put the nail in the coffin and end the streak that PXG is going for. And absolutely, I think that is what they want to do.
PXG on that counter pick for Museum is going to be intriguing to say the least. You've only seen one weapon swap this entire set, and that was basically the game one scouting effectively. What just dish out comfort, Rapid Blaster Pro Deco. All right, we kind of get an idea on how they're gonna play. Let's get the S Blast 91 in. It took 3 games, by the way, for Black Lotus to figure that part out, and they were able to do it just in that game, round 5 in group stages against Vanguard. So will there be any changes? The answer is going to be no. It's the same idea for both teams. So game 5 winner moves on to finals in the SendouQ season 6 finale. This start is going to matter a bunch here for both teams. How do you ride that momentum if you're able to find any advantages there? There's a Tenebrella shield, forces Noctis to swim behind them, but both blasters are gone. Both blasters had the same idea, no success, and PXG gets the first cap there. Maybe for a few quick moments, they lose 2 by themselves, and it's just gonna be 6 points cashed in. Both teams kind of stuck in equal footing. Brandon gets the pick on the anger.
I feel like I'm rubbing my hands together like I'm a little fly. Like I'm really looking forward to how this is all going to play out here, because already with like a little more than 30 seconds into it, we're like no points really. Nothing really significant has like happened yet, except for the fact now if you look at PXG, all of the folks at Black Lotus are kind of pushed back onto their platform area. Then you have the Zipcaster, a phenomenal area for Zipcaster to really shine, and I love that we have 2 apiece. We have 1 apiece really, but there's 2 total in this matchup here, and you could already see them calculating where they want to try to attach themselves and fly into battle here. But PXG still finding really solid footing, solid grounding in the middle section here. However, maybe with Black Lotus popping that cooler, trying to get folks out, it could turn it around. Huge pick from Xeris on to Noctis there before Noctis could even think to get something started. Immediately taken out of the game.
That literally forced a few more points on the board. That pick, yes, that is a zones flip. PXG, that pick that PXG had at least cashes in way more points, slows down Black Lotus for just a tiny bit extra before they got the zones cap back. Now they got it. Now Black Lotus having to deal with 21 points remaining. The good news for them, they're out of the penalty points, and we've seen both teams, by the way, throughout the past few minutes, looking for fights, looking for ways to surprise the other team with individual picks. But PXG comes out on top with the coordination, and Xeris was just right there with the Zipcaster. PXG gets the zones back just like that. Black Lotus, by the way, they got wiped out. PXG now lurking into the other side of on Black Lotus's base. Excuse me. They are going to get picked slowly left, right, and center. Then there's that pencil being dished out there. This should be Black Lotus's attempt to get the zones back, which with 2 down, it may be slow, and then they do get it back just like that here, Sapph, with about 2.5 left to go.
Yeah, slow recap for Black Lotus. Really quick jump back into the fray here. That Booyah Bomb really slowed it down. Really slowed down the recapture on the right-hand side, and especially with having a couple folks down, definitely took a little bit of time. But look at this. The folks on PXG have been staggered back into their spawning area. That was 2 folks going down, and then a few seconds later, that was 1 more going down as somebody else was spawning back in. That, ideally, is how you want to try to play out the rest of the game if you are Black Lotus. You want to be just kind of staggering folks coming back into the map. An unfortunate Trizuka shot there with going down into the zone. However, PXG still having a really firm lead over Black Lotus here. And the team fight has just been kind of all over the place right now, Kyon.
It's been like that for what feels like the past 3 minutes. What coordinated team fight? We're gonna look for individual players to just spot out and just take them out just like that. And with PXG running with this exact same momentum that they had there, they're trying to jump right into it with a quick jump. And Noctis is trying to fly in with that zip caster, not able to get a pick like that. But Anger is throwing everything down. They take 3 out. Black Lotus, this is a big moment right now for Black Lotus, especially with 14 penalty points into PXG here, Sapph.
Yeah, and I appreciate Anger launching out this way. Oh no, but immediately getting called out before anything could get set up, and Noctis unfortunately falling right next to them too. Look at Laby trying to take the fight there, but you is going to be able to help follow up down on that left-hand side there. A couple more jump-ins coming in. A really close capture from the folks at PXG. However, I think Black Lotus was too quick to respond to prevent any sort of team fight really getting started, and capture there. And so close again for PXG to capture. And there you go with 2 members, 3 members going down on Black Lotus. This is where PXG could try to just maintain their lead for as long as possible. Kyon, there's only 30 seconds left.
Only 30 seconds left to go. PXG just needs to hold the zone for this crucial moment, and for Black Lotus finding picks, trying to take advantage of trying to find any advantage that they can. Noctis is down, blasters are down, 2 members are gone down just like that. Anger is going to try to use the Zuka to any quick advantages there. There is the neutral. In order to get OT, they need to paint over the zone. 2 members have gone down. Will they get the zone in time? They will not. Black Lotus tried so hard at the very end, but there was not enough left in the tank, and PXG moves on to Grands.
A screeching halt for Black Lotus. So close. So close. Really having good, or just honestly, like really good takeaways when they could take zone and had the opportunity to take zone. But again, it really came down to the staggering of folks coming out into the zone, because PXG just had that on lock today. Consistently, they would take out 1 to 2 folks whenever they would re-enter, or upon re-entry, it was like immediate shutdown. So it's just, I mean, yeah, PXG played that super well. They didn't fold under the pressure, and now they are going to be moving on to the grand final spot. So that is just excellent.
We'll talk about Grands here in a bit. We're gonna run something quick for y'all. We got something to talk about here.
True,
and that is the Vancouver land coming up here, folks. Folks, watch this coming up. And there you go, guys. That was the Battle BC7 there. That event being held March 28th to 30th. If you're in the Vancouver area, go ahead and join right in and participate in that big event here coming up. We are about to queue up in the grand finals here soon, Sapph. So we may want to give I would love to say we need a breather, but I think the team on the other side of the bracket does not want to wait much longer. Of course, it's FT Win versus PXG. Top 2 seeds, by the way, in SendouQ Season 6 finale. We can't have... I'll be real, Sapph, I'm super excited.
Oh, of course, dude. I feel like I can't even tell you how much of my voice and vocal cords have been used talking about FT Win. Like, I feel like in my commentary career, I have talked about FT Win so much, and like mix and matches of folks of PXG as well. I've seen the folks of PXG quite a few times too, but like the quote FT Win has come out of my mouth so many times. Like, you know those like word graphics where it's like the most said words, and it's like the biggest words will be the ones that you've said the most, and then they get kind of like progressively smaller, but they all fit like on a graphic. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I think I definitely do.
Okay, well, like FT Win's team name would be like one of the larger words. Like, all the smaller words would be like kind of around it. On FT Win though, today we have Kyo, the one and only Kyo. We have Bursty. We have Pina Memory, Pina Memory. Not sure. Pina. And we have Heart Wraith, and obviously versus PXG. PXG still keeping up their winning streak. So I believe both teams, I want to say, are undefeated. And folks, remember, if you're just joining us, or if you were here and you were unaware, if you do !bracket in the Twitch chat, you can actually follow along in the bracket on Sendo.inc to see what's going on. You can actually keep up with what's happening here, and you can see like what we are also looking at. But I'm pretty sure for today, FT Win has also been undefeated until they played against Vanguard. Vanguard was a really decisive 3-2 matchup, but for the most part, FT Win has been undefeated today, and then obviously PXG having a very similar one as well. They did go 3-1 a couple times in their groups against Honkai and Camden, and then obviously in that last match against Black Lotus, it was a very decisive 3-2. So similar stories on both sides. However, the overall set points are exactly the same. Both teams are undefeated in their sets, now coming head-to-head in the grand finals, which, by the way, is a best of 7. We are doing a best of 7, and I believe we do start with one map, and then we also are going into counter picks as well. So again, the little fly rubbing its hands together. That's how I feel.
Man, you pretty much touched upon the stories of FTUN and PXG so well. I'm gonna give you all the kudos to that one here, Sapph. And exactly, PXG almost had a slow start to, coming into the group stages. When I say slow, I'd imagine to their standards, they're 3-1, as you know, with Honkai and Camden, then ran on a 9-0 run all the way home. By the way, featuring healthy diet food groups that made it to top 4 earlier.
Incredible. Incredible.
Which is a big thing there. So PXG was definitely running that momentum. Black Lotus gave them a challenge, to say the least. FT Win, of course, they I believe the record was 3-0 in their semifinals matchup against Healthy Diet Food Groups. So Vanguard has been the team that has challenged FT Win. I would love to see if PXG challenges FT Win big time. Hopefully for the rest of the audience, they're all 7s. They're FT Win and PXG. Obviously, the assignment is there. They want to take home a quick win as soon as they can. So I'm super excited. I know you are as well here, Sapph. Umami Zones is our leadoff game, by the way, for those checking in.
And I really actually like starting with the double zone maps. I feel like that kind of sets the tone. It sets the pace, because you have to divide your resources, you have to divide your attention to both of them, and I feel like it sets the tone. It sets the pace, it sets the tone, and it sets the like precedent of like, okay, it's lock-in time, it's now or never. We have 2 different objectives to kind of keep track of in order to complete the whole. And so I like that Umami is where we're going to start that off. And then obviously the next 6 are going to be into counter picks. Who knows? Can we make it to round 7, Kyon? Can we make it to round 7?
My heart wants to say yes. I really love to see this to go 7. I'm sure both teams will have different. If I want to be a neutral here, I think both teams have other ideas. I'm sure that's always going to be the idea, is that hey, they want to get this thing done on the road here. So yeah, I love that we are, as you know, 2 zones map. You got to capture both. You got to figure out how to take care of this one. Take care of not just both zones, but also how do you prevent the team from neutralizing one zone and pretty much stalling your momentum at that stage. So that's going to be the key thing we're going to need to keep in mind there. Both teams, by the way, picking weapons from what we are informed so far, Sapph. So we are not waiting that much longer to kick off grand finals here as well. So everybody out there in the audiences, especially ones from our Twitch channel and of course ProChara stream on the YouTube feed, hope you guys are excited for this one. Now, big thing I want to note here, Sapph, is this has been a zones only tournament the rest of the way. I know some people were wondering wait, what the heck is Hammerhead Bridge doing here? What the heck are all these other maps that you normally just don't see in the limelight? There's be so many zones maps, by the way, you have to go through. And we're going to have to comb through most likely 6 maps that both teams, by the way, submitted for this tournament on their end. That's the big thing we need to keep in mind. So for those wondering why Hammerhead Zones was showed up in the past 2 sets,
They picked it.
They picked it. They wanted to play Hammerhead Zone, so that's the big thing there too. So, but yeah,
I know
both teams,
people like to raise the pitchforks at the TOs and be like, "Why did you include this?" And it's like, hold on, this was a People's Choice. This was People's Choice Awards, and Hammerhead Bridge won. Okay, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, we don't know what to tell you. It's time to kick off grand finals. I am excited. The S 91 is back. That's what we're dealing with. Big things we need to keep an eye on. We're gonna have a triple mirror matchup. We shouldn't be surprised at this stage. We got mirrors on Splash, mirrors on Stamper, mirrors on Pencil. So what is the 4th weapon that both teams decide to dish out? S 91 on PXG's end. F2 win. Oh, sure. That's what we're dealing with. Game starts with PXG taking the first capital zone.
Yeah, and look at Gray finding shelter over on that left-hand side and immediately is going to try to jump out because of the call-out. You have Kyo actually standing in similar footsteps there, but finding a trade with Zeros. And the folks at PXG are kind of biding their time in the backzone area. They don't want to try to overextend. They don't want to push too far. However, when you have someone like Pina coming through with that zip caster there, you all hands on deck. You got to kind of watch out and where you want to be. So I like, again, Kyo, that we have not only do we have 2 zip casters in the fray, and especially that they're both stampers, but we also see similar painting power with Crab coming out on both sides as well. And then the other 2 weapons are just kind of like make it up as you go. You have Kyo on the bucket, of course, it's their classic pick, but then you also have the S-Blast again, and I'm wondering if Gray is going to stick with the S-Blast in this instance, or if the tools to success mean that the S-Blast has to be put away. Maybe that was just a Black Lotus special.
That's it, and that's the thing you will need to keep an eye on throughout this set. Yes, we can pay attention to the triple mirrors that we have here, both teams equalizing on that, but it's ultimately going to come down to the 4th weapons that really, in my personal opinion, I know people will be thinking, okay, we are seeing the same weapons over and over again. I feel like there's a lot of dynamic that comes with it there too. You know what both teams are going to dish out. How does the 4th weapon matter at the end of the day? Kill, of course, on that classics bucket there, and the S 91, the things we need to keep an eye on for sure. FT win goes 2 down, by the way. PXG will capture the zone. Now there's the patience from Zeros, is just looking for the opportunity to strike, but I think it's going to be a little too much extra time. Not in time to get the Zipcaster splat, but it's going to try to throw a burst bomb on to Kill. Kill is going down, and PXG holds the fort here soon. This is going to be a lead change, most likely coming up here, and indeed it will here, Sapph.
I loved the patience game that Zeros was playing. That's how you know that somebody is warmed up and ready to go. Because there's so much happening all around you that you just need to bide your time just for a little bit and try to provide a little bit of distraction. But not quite enough, though, because PXG now finding themselves in single-digit territory with 3 members of FT Win down. This is looking like a really solid game 1 for PXG.
Solid game 1 from PXG, and that was originally a great start for FT Win in terms of how the map played out, but just not enough left in the tank. And of all the things we wanted to note there with the 4th weapons, it just happened to be Zerus's stamper there that was at least putting Kyon in a tough position around that corner, and that ultimately was one of many reasons why that led to PXG taking that one home. That's a great start for PXG, giving, I believe, FT Win the 3rd map loss so far in this tournament. So that's a good, so hey, PXG dished out the challenge so far for FT Win. Now the ultimate question is, how does FT Win respond now, especially with counter picks in play?
Well, I know for sure that I don't think taking Kyo off the bucket would be a good call. No. I think that is like what's meant to be. That's perfect. I'm wondering though if replacing out the Zipcaster would be beneficial. But I also so what's interesting, you guys, is you can't hear Justin in our headphones, but Justin was like, "Oh no." Oh no. And me and Kyon are like, in our brains we're like, what are you saying? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? And then yeah, lo and behold. Okay, so Flounder Heights. So everything that I just said about Zipcaster, I'm lying. Zipcaster should stay. Zipcaster should stay. You can get to the top mid immediately if you find yourself on ground zero. At this point, I actually don't think there should be any changes. I think everything that they're working with is going to be just fine. Crab Tank is great with finding different spots. Zipcaster works well here. Bucket works really well here. Tiny zone in the middle, though. Tiny, or actually, no, excuse me, not in the middle. They're actually spread across. You have two zones per side. So I actually do think this is meant for the double zone enjoyers. This grand finals is meant for you. If you are somebody that likes double zones, this is meant for you. We are trying to target you. You're our audience today.
Everybody who enjoys double zones, you'll want to be excited there or cheering out there.
Planted. You're sat.
Yeah, you absolutely set. Now, Flounder Heights zones, I'm sure people will be having a lot of whiplash, to say the least, with that one. I actually don't... I'm with you on this one. If there were any weapon swaps, I would be shocked, to say the least, because this is a Toon Zone map, and the important thing is securing both zones along the way. And actually, okay, we were proven wrong almost immediately. There is a splatter shot that is out there as well, and I think that it was Bursty, if I'm not mistaken, getting that.
Yeah, and also, it was already said in the chat, but I do just want to say this for visibility. Rafe, that is Biscuit, and then you have Sam, who is Pina. Just for visibility's sake, so people know. So we do actually have the legitimate FT Win roster here for the most part, coming out against PXG. Anyways, back to what we're talking about here. Huge opening statement to be made. 2 members of FT Win going down. PXG finding themselves in an advantageous spot to be taking the zone not once, but twice, and actually opting to push forward on the second zone there. But 2 of them going down, you're going to have to retreat just a little bit. Gray looking to see if they can hold it down. You being the last one standing to see if they could try to help out, with Zaris jumping in. Although, with the amount of special stacking coming out from FT Win, there's not much ground to stand on as they take the zone back into favor.
Taking the zones back into the favor there. Also love the trip strike usage from Kill, of course. With the zones cab, at least getting the FT Win points on the board, and we're almost effectively tied up in an interesting sense. But now the Zuga's being dished out there as well. It does not land, does not find anybody right away. It's 2 members down. Here's Gray with the Booyah Bomb. It's gonna slightly overshoot the zone. That might be just enough. Oh, it definitely will be. It's 3 members down from FT Win. PXG gets the zones back. They're gonna be out of the penalty points here quickly there, and PXG's moving forward here. And Sapph, PXG has something to prove at this stage. They got the Crab Tank out. They're forcing FT Win to the other side, trying to see if they trying to prevent them from moving forward. This is a great start so far for PXG.
You know, something that I really wonder about, Kyon, is a lot of these folks have scrimmed against each other in the past and have played casually together, I'd imagine. And so it's always interesting to me when the energy of scrim and casual play shifts into more competitive play. Phenomenal Trizuka though coming out from Bursty there, by the way. But I like to see the shift in that type of mindset and nature, because PXG coming out strong in game 1, having a really strong presence in opening in game 2. FT Win trying to do their best to follow up here. That's Gray taking Bursty out of the fray, looking to see if they can take Biscuit as well. A lot of damage onto them too, with Kyo trying to help out and defend Biscuit too. But that's 3 members of FT Win down. PXG looking to eliminate their penalty.
What a collapse, by the way, from PXG. And they take out Biscuit, and then FT Win just surrounding themselves to that side, and it got PXG's like, all right, we're gonna just go right into where you guys were. And that was a great collapse onto them, and PXG still ticking down points here. FT Win still looking to find any entrances that they can. There is, of course, there's that sniper being used there. It's gonna get shut down. A few tap shots of the pencil will do just that. You gets the pick onto that one, and it will be a lot of paint being thrown out there soon. FT Win is still trying to hold on to that zone for as long as they can, trying to stall themselves a lot of time, and it will be Bursty painting the other zone. They get the cap just like that. Zuga being dished out there, trying to find anybody else from PXG, trying to stall out for more time. FT Win holds on to the zone, and they're out of the penalty points here, Sapph.
Huge takedown, though, taking Kyo off of that high ground. That's going to open the way for Brand to come in with the crab tank. Not ideal if you're FT Win there, and especially providing so much cover fire for their teammates to try to move in. That's 2 members of FT Win still being down. Make it 3. Huge staggering potential for the folks of PXG, taking the zone back into favor. They have a lot of points on their side and a lot of momentum here if they can maintain the proper positions, and especially if you're not allowing Kyo to get onto the high ground.
That's the big thing. If you're preventing Kyo from getting onto the high ground, this is a great thing for you, as it's taking FT Win a little bit of time to make this one count. The Zuka, by the way, gets Bran. That's a huge find. That's onto the splash, and that will be the collapse there from Biscuit, I believe. Yes, but in this sense, FT Win is able to stall out there for 2 members going down. Zarinie is down as well, and this is going to be players going one by one, excuse me, with PXG time to go out of spawn. Now with 28 seconds left to go on the clock, FT Win out of the penalty points there. There is a neutral of 1 zone. There is a trip strike being used. Kyo is waiting. They know that there's 1 member that just swam by. That was great. They collapse onto them. There is a trade across the board. PXG gets a few more. There's a slashing Biscuit in half, and that will be PXG. They will be looking to get both zones secured in their favor, which they will. Kyo is trying all they can, to no success in this stage, and PXG's up 2-0 in grands.
Wow. But listen. So I don't want to be this guy. But Kyon, you've been to as many majors lands as I have, probably more. And considering that this is a best of 7, FT Win usually finds themselves on the back foot in the first part of Grands. And I'm assuming that we do have bracket reset potential here.
No, I don't think so.
No.
Doesn't look like it.
Okay, so there is... Okay, so it's single elim. That's good. I needed to confirm that for myself, because I was thinking to myself, I was like, FT Win usually always has the advantage when it comes down to... no, listen. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. I know, we'll get to that. But FT Win usually has advantage when they find themselves in double elimination standards. But a little sweaty here. Might be popping a little bit of a sweat going into game 3 and not having any wins under the belt. Okay, now we can talk about Wahoo World. Now we can talk about this. Again, I would like for you guys to remember that both of these teams confirmed these maps. They picked these.
Everybody in the audience, if you're wondering if these were all zones maps that we picked, that the tournaments picked, no. They've submitted maps. That's why we have Wahoo zones in our favor. And this is an FT Win map pick as well. So that's the next map that they have. They're down 2-0. It's a small zone, to say the least. I don't think there's nothing more I can say about that there, Sapph. So that's gonna be the crucial thing for FT Win. How do you solve the riddle of PXG? PXG's just been running with a crazy momentum so far. I feel there's 2 things to keep in mind here, Sapph. One, you've touched upon some of the lands and majors I've attended. I have seen FT Win the 3-0 in 2023, and of course I was there for 2024, especially with Kyo's pick of Pursuit of Happiness. With the 3-2 in what was a crazy finish, to say the least. So FT Win is kind of feeling the same thing here. And now the ultimate question is, how do you solve PXG at this stage? That's the next question. Kill's like, no, we're going to get away from the bucket. It's the mint decaf to be dished out now from Kills, and this is a very exciting change.
Yeah, I love when people study the way of the blade, and especially when you have Sam and Kyo working together to have double sword play going on against PXG. Is this the type of change that they're looking for? But also the bubble can cover approximately most of the zone. So wondering if that's kind of a key to success here, if they're looking to say, hey, maybe that's kind of the ace in the hole that we're looking for. We need to have something that's a little bit more defensive, but allows me to play really offensively. However, when you have Zeras, who's been studying the way of the blade this entire finals, it's kind of hard to see if you can really contend with somebody that is also like a little bit ahead of you in that, just because they're a lot more warmed up in the way of their craft. And so PXG is having themselves point mark. They do find themselves with 2 members down. That is Sam coming in to try to help out and finish the fight. Unable to get Xeris, though, out of the game because their Zipcaster was recalled. This way coming out from Biscuit. Good bubble defensive maneuvering there. Finally, FT Win is here.
FT Win now showing up at this stage, and we got 65 points remaining. And Sapph, something you know there too, the weight of the blade is very strong, and FT Win's just decided to double down on that one, by the way, because they got the Stamper and the Mint Decaf. The Mint Decaf, of course, in Kyo's hands. So FT Win trying to see if the double blade, especially with the bubbler, is going to help, but Bran has other ideas with the Splash. The Crab Tank has been delivering so much for PXG here, as the Snipe Raider has gone down. The pencil is out of the picture there for FT Win, and this could be penalty points out of here for PXG's end. Yes, they do lose the S-Blast. Yes, FT Win is taking a bit of time to swim right in. They're going to be able to do just that. The bubble, by the way, for complete protection, and they get the zones back. They only lose very minimal points, but FT Win buys themselves a little bit more time here, Sapph.
Yeah, and I think the bubble has been really advantageous in that regard. However, they got to be mindful of how much paint output they're going to put out here, which actually I think is fairly evenly matched, because considering that there's a Splash and Pencil apiece on both sides, you also still have the S-Blast from Gray, and then you have the two swords coming out for FT Win. It's like the paint output is actually relatively even, all things considered. Maybe a little bit more on the side of FT Win, or if you want to consider the Booyah Bomb that PXG is working with as well, which seems to be very advantageous for them considering they're finding themselves in single-digit territory.
Yep, into single-digit territory. Kill's just trying their darnest. It's 3 members down, but there's not enough paint right away into the middle. And Sapph, this is a big surprise. PXG is up 3-0. It is tournament point coming up from PXG. It is a best of 7, and I cannot believe I'm saying this. FT Win is looking to get the fabled reverse sweep now if they want to win this.
They have to.
Yep.
There's no other choice. There's no other option. Like it's reverse sweep or nothing at this point. So I mean, I'm not even playing, and I'm like, whoa. That's a big hill to try to climb and combat. And I'm wondering, like, I think the decaf was a good pick, but I also think that it couldn't really be utilized to its full potential. Like, there was a few times where Kyo was like immediately called out, like not really able to get something like super duper cooking. However, Biscuit really took full advantage of the bubble whenever it was present and available. So Shipshape Cargo Co. is going to be going into our 4th game. We are at match point here for PXG if they are to try to take home the gold. FT Win looking to see if they have to reverse sweep.
Yep. There's nothing more to it.
There's nothing more to it. Like, they have to reverse sweep if they want to try to do anything. And I'm just thinking about all the times we've gotten to watch FT Win at different majors in person, and like, they really do have good advantage when it comes to double elimination. Like, the first round, it seems to be pretty dicey for them, but then they immediately can come back and like come out swinging during the bracket reset. And so, lacking the bracket reset here, I'm wondering, like, what kind of tools, what kind of strategies are we going to change going into this game 4, because like this is the end for them if they can't think about it and or like change something. So it's scary. This is scary territory for the folks of FT Win.
3 things I want to point out here, Sapph. 1, FT Win's out of counter picks. If they win, they're gonna have to deal with PXG's swarm of counter picks the rest of the way. That's a very big hill to climb. 2, how do you solve PXG at this stage from FT Win? And 3, how much of waiting in between may have rusted them a tiny bit, especially with the others, with our previous semifinals we covered here, going to all 5. So FT Win, this is a big time for y'all. If you want to get that tournament, you're gonna need to start winning games 1 game at a time. PXG, of course, is saying, no, we don't want to deal with any of that. We want to take this one home. They get the first cap of the zone right away. By the way, that was Kyo that went down to get things started. FT1 is going to have to slow down just a tiny bit, and there's a Semper going down as well. It is 2 members quickly down, and PXG is flying.
Yeah, and I like that Kyo went back to the bucket pick. You gotta stick with really well with what you know. And that for Kyo, that it definitely is the slosher. And I think for something like this, where there's a lot of places where you can get kind of trapped within the zone, and especially using the tri-strikes, good zoning tools, good displacement tool, good coverage tool, all around a really good special to have in your back pocket. So I like that shift was made back to this. However, strong opening once again from PXG. They sure do have a really tall penalty here with the 48-second mark, but not too much to really scoff at, considering they've had a really strong presence throughout this entire match. However, though, finally, FT1 coming to the forefront, eliminating their small penalty. Nobody really there to follow up and paint the zone, though, to help Bursty out. So quickly going back into favor of PXG.
PXG has been running. Well, as soon as I say that, 3 members going down, FT1 is gonna try to push for their advantages. But PXG's been able to hold the line, especially after that strong start. They have the targets that they wanted to take down first. That's been a big thing here too. Zeros has done a fantastic job, not just for this set, but just overall in this tournament, on that Stamper. And PXG's just been flying with it. But now, this is where momentum could change really quickly here. FT1, by the way, very deep into PXG's territory. PXG is just caught from behind. It's going to be a lead change here with 3 minutes left to go on the clock. Cooler's being dished out. Kyo's playing this one patiently. Yes, you lose too. You may have to retreat just a tiny bit. That's what Kyo's going to do. Looking to retreat back to the zone. Brand using the crab tank, trying to paint over that zone. The trip strikes trying to disperse PXG all across the board, but PXG 4 players united. They get the zones back, but FT1 critically gets the lead in their favor.
Yeah, and a critical lead indeed, considering PXG just completely stacked their specials to take zone back into favor here. And I'm always curious about what kind of paint coverage really determines when the zone gets flipped, because at that point, there was a lot of purple there. I would think that it would have been in like the neutral position. However, PXG still finding great advantage. Penalty has now been eliminated. Only 2 minutes and some change left to go. We're finding ourselves in similar point territory here. However, thank goodness that Bursty was there, along with Kyo, because now taking the zone back into their own possession and trying to eat away at the penalty of their own. 2 members of PXG making it 3. There goes Gray going down into the forefront here. This, again, the staggering is what FT1 needs to try to keep up with.
That's the big thing to note, especially with the burst bomb taken out. I believe I need to recall who got the burst bomb pick, but that actually prevented PXG from quickly changing leads there fast. There's the Bouillon being dished out onto the right-hand side of Ship Shape, and it is gonna neutralize control. Will be another zone flip the other direction here. 1:29 left to go on the clock, and there's Xeris being a nuisance for FT1, but it's shut down. But it took a lot of FT1's resources to focus on him. It will be the zones cap back in FT1's favor. 1:15 left to go, and now Biscuit and FT1 will need to try to hold PXG back a little bit with a little bit more oomph, and that is, of course, Zera's getting the pick onto the fellow Stamper user there in Biscuit, and it is going to be a lot of trades back and forth. FT1's just trying to hold on here, Sapph.
Yeah, holding on as tightly as possible. Honestly, like clutching this game with both fists. Each one of them down to the 50-second mark, rather, with 2 members of PXG now going down into the forefront. Look at this. Sam trying to follow up through the zone. Zone now being taken, helping out Kyo. Pincer, one of the members. That's Brand getting pincered into the corner there. You can see that Yu is a little bit cautious in trying to move up here. Zeros is trying to move in by themselves and calls out Sam immediately, but now we're in single-digit territory. The tri-strikes are going to close it out. FT1 is still in it.
FT1 one game at a time. That was the map they needed to win, of course, to stay alive. Now they got to solve the next 3. The biggest disadvantage right now for FT1, they're out of counter picks. The rest will be PXG's counter picks the entire way through. Can be very taxing to the finish line, but FT1, it shows why they're still a strong team here, Sapph. But PXG almost tried to run that one all the way home. I feel like it really did come down to a few very minor moments there. That burst bomb pick that prevented the lead change, and FT1 just ran whatever they could out of that pick to just securing the KO. That was excellent.
1000%. I appreciate the fact that I feel like FT1 has now been able to identify, like, which it's the energy of like scrim versus the real thing, right? I feel like they're able to really process of like, okay, who's the problem here? And I think that has been translating really well into that fourth game. That translated incredibly well. They needed the time to kind of really assess, okay, like, who is the real issue here? Who do we need to look out for? Who do we need to like stop and put a cap on in order for us to be more advantageous? And I feel like in this case, it's either Gray or Xeris. Those are the two that you have to look out for, because Xeris keeps flying, zooming across the map, immediately calling people out wherever they seem to be standing, and like has really caused a lot of people that they've gone up against to immediately retreat, like just putting an axe in the plan and whatever was to be happening, really. And so I'm wondering now if FT1 really has kind of all of the chess pieces in place here, moving on to Crab Leg Capital. This is the first time in this set that PXG has been in the counter-picking seat. And so I'm wondering, with keys to success here on Crab Leg Capital, if FT1 has a good idea of who they really need to keep their eyes on and who they need to try to keep out of the game for as much as possible.
You know what? You touched upon the two players that I'm sure a lot of people will be wondering is, what are your targets there from PXG you need to eliminate if you're FT1? For sure, Xeris just been a thorn on their side. I'd even go as far as the same brand just to stop the painting output as well, because that is a strong player. Of course, everybody knows brand from Star versus Land there, and that grab tank and the splash and everything else is going to be a problem.
Which has been incredible, by the way. Brand's crab tank assessment has been incredible.
Absolutely, and the S-Blast, of course, with Gray. I feel like you can go both ways there too. You eliminate someone who can still pressure you with picks, and the Booyah Bomb that can be farmed there as well. But the biggest thing for FT1 is just getting their ducks in a row and trying to find any advantages that they can. FT1 in reverse has to continue an attempt at a reverse sweep. PXG is just trying to slam the door on them. As we look here, there is a weapon change, by the way. A Wiper is being dished out here, I believe, from Biscuit. So there is an Ultra Stamp and the Wiper in play. It's going to be intriguing. By the way, PXG is also saying no to the S-Blast. It's the Rapid Blaster Pro Deco time, and this is going to be intriguing to watch.
It's Rapid Blaster Pro Deco time, says PXG. Really curious about that, and I mean, a lot of range, obviously. A lot of range to be had, and maybe that is what's useful here, especially because there's so much open space on the grates. And that is going to be Gray on that pick as well. There is a little damage onto Kyo. Xeris looking in to go and finish the fight there and finding success in doing so, but still PXG finding themselves at a disadvantage. That's two members going down with FT1 there to follow up and take the zone back.
Yeah, and FT1 has done a great job now at this stage, just trying to force PXG backwards. There's a crab tank. It's forcing Xeris out, by the way, on the right-hand side. And there is a stamper toss, that doesn't seem to land. And Brand's just right now lurking large with the crab tank. There's Xeris. There's the thorn from FT1 side that they got to deal with. There is a trade, but they take out the Snipe Rider, which will help stabilize that back line there. FT1's going to lose that quick. But so much for that, though, Sapph. That's Kyo on the bucket, not able to get the pick, but they are still holding on to the zone with a huge momentum, 22 points remain and still counting down, and that is two members down from PXG. You noted there from a map ago in Shipshape, it has to be the stagger game that FT1 needs to have, and it is working so beautifully. This is going to be a KO coming up for FT1, and it will. It's a 3-2 lead here for PXG. FT1 wins the second game that they needed.
Shout out to Sam in those final moments, launching the stamper and launching the stamp and getting two people as the tape flew across the screen. I love that for you, Sam. Shout outs to you. This is very much looking like reverse sweep territory here, folks.
Oh yeah.
Shipshape Cargo Co. A little challenging for FT1 to get through there. Crab Leg Capital, no question. No question. Also, why have we not been putting Sam on the wiper from the beginning? Was it like a pocket? Were we pocketing it until times of stress, times of peril? Potentially, but it definitely worked out really well. Now in the 3-2 position, looking in for the third win. We're going back to Hammerhead Bridge. Hammerhead Bridge has been played at least 3 times today. And I don't know how anybody else feels about that, but I just can't help but kind of laugh because people are like, I hate this map. And it's like, okay, well, we're playing with the best of the best teams and they have picked Hammerhead Bridge. And also, if you look down the line, Flounder Heights and Wahoo World was played earlier, so just jot that one down. But again, going back to Hammerhead Bridge, very lockout heavy map. However, both teams can very safely and quickly get out of the lockout scenario if they so choose to. So I appreciate this counter pick coming out from the folks of PXG. And I'm wondering how things are going to change here. And yes, I really do think that Sam needs to stay on this wiper for FT win. They have to stay on this wiper.
Yeah, that's the big thing I wanted to know here too. I may have also misidentified Sam a few times, by the way, in this set alone. So just point out in brevity there. I do apologize to you right out of the gate. But yes, Sam is gonna be the eyes now on that wiper. They F2N's dishing out the wiper at that stage. It gets a slash on the gray, and that is actually 2 members already going down just like that. The lead is of course gonna change hands in the early stages of this game, but now this is gonna be still members of PXG still within range to prevent the lockout from happening, and now the jump to the other side. But there's still plenty of points that FT1 is already ticking down here. Gray, by the way, going back to the S blast in this particular map, gonna be the intriguing thing to know. We did not see that Sam throw. No, we pretend.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, we don't know what you're talking about there for sure. FT1 is keeping up this momentum here, Sapph.
Yeah, FT Wind having so much wind in the sails. They're about to rip all the way through here. Kyo following up, helping out Sam with the jump in here, looking to see if they can try to sneak into that ramp area, finding no success. And unfortunately, Gray goes down in that fight too. So a little bit of a hesitation with entering back into the middle section here, but no hesitation from Sam. What have I been saying? Keep Sam on that wiper. They show no fear. Tri-strikes perfectly timed for Kyo, suspending the time for that crab tank to be used. Dude, reverse sweep territory. We're in game 7.
We have gone the distance here, everybody. And you thought if PXG came out strong, FTU win was like, all right, we gotta roll up our sleeves now. This is now serious time here. And Sapph, this has been a wonderful adventure for both of us here in the last few matchups. And of course, we can't have it any other way. Going the distance in a pivotal game 7. And Sapph, the wiper explained the story, I believe, in Crab Leg and Hammerhead. That's all we got to say about that one. Great identification of who to target in ship shape for FT win. PXG just losing so much momentum. It's just in momentum basically in that 5th and 6th map. This 7th map, by the way, which is PXG's counterpick, Sapph, is going to need to be the biggest counterpick, to say the least, that PXG has to dish out now.
The change that had to happen in order for this to be the story that we had. Like, as soon as FT Win was able to secure that win on ship shape, it was like, oh my gosh, it's all uphill from here. Switching Sam onto that wiper. Hammerhead Bridge. You could tell as soon as Gray was taken out at that one moment, Xeris kind of suspended their forward momentum. They stopped themselves. They were like, no, we can't push forward. We don't have everybody. We have to wait. And FT Win, especially Sam, immediately capitalized on that. And they were like, you're hesitating. You're not moving fast enough. I need to go. That means it's my turn to go. Yeah, I'm wondering on this last counter pick, I think PXG is also taking notes of that they're like, we can't suspend our momentum. Like, we have to, like, and if we are going to, we have to play the best defense of our lives. Like, we can't let anything else go. We can't give up any more territory. We can't give up any more space because FT Win will capitalize on it. They know exactly where they need to be. So this is like... This is going to be such a crucial game, like for obvious reasons. There's so many reasons why it is crucial, but it's like, I just think also for like team, like just team tactics, team momentum, and like individual mentality, this game is really important. Just because how do you come back from something where you had so much wind in the sails for the first 3 games and it looked like knockout territory to finding yourself in the reverse sweep category? Like, that can really significantly affect the mental. And so I'm just hoping that PXG is not down, or they're not, because they're not out, and I just hope they're not down.
That's the hope. That is the hope. FT1 just ran with so much force and momentum into this Game 7. Here we go. It is Museum de Alfonsino, Game 7 for everything here in SendouQ Season 6 season finale. I hope you guys have been excited this entire way from start to finish. But there are barely any weapon changes. Two key things we gotta keep in mind here. Zarius and Brand needs to start showing up, especially with Gray there. You know the sniper is gonna try to be the stabilizer for the group. FT1, pay attention to that wiper. That's the big thing we gotta keep an eye on. And the Kyo, of course, on the bucket. There's just so many things to track here, Sapph. It's gonna be very important.
There's a lot of things to keep track of here, and I love that, like, once FT1 found the weapon comp for success, they kept with it. And gosh, you gotta keep Sam on that wiper, because the amount of offensive pressure that they can provide for FT1 is absolutely huge, and they can really work well and pair off with anybody else that is trying to be more offensive. And already, FT1 finding themselves in a good position here to try to keep the momentum going. PXG found themselves in the advantageous spot. They do have the lead currently. Bursty, though, however, launching in that crab tank, immediately taking out Gray. Remember, the key players that you really want to watch out for and get rid of are definitely going to be Zarius and Gray. However, though, with the amount of surface area that we have here, Brand is going to have a really good time in setting up their crab tank into really advantageous positions. But with having the Zipcaster on both, or having the Zipcaster actually for PXG, there's, again, a lot of surface area to attach yourself to. So you got to also have eyes in the sky, which also adds a whole other layer of trying to keep watch of where people are going to try to be.
That's exactly what we need to note there too. Zipcaster usage from Zarius, along with just general weapon usage, needs to be on point. We noted Zarius' name throughout, just not able to find value right away. There is a trade of a Stamper and a Wiper. That's really all we need to say at that stage. And there is PXG. By the way, 48 points remaining. They just got to get out of those penalty points here fast, and that's what it looks like it's gonna be. So big thing we need to keep an eye on as FT1 takes out 2 members. That was Brand and Gray going down. That will also follow up with a delayed third onto Zarius. Is FT1 slow start right now here, Sapph. They are gonna have to look for lead here or any sort of sustained push. PXG is just doing everything they can to deny it here, Sapph.
Yeah, and I like Brand setting up with this crab tank on the right-hand side here, because they know they've called out a couple of members all being back in that spawning area. So having that crab tank on the lower ground, trying to provide some cover fire, is going to be really advantageous there. Unfortunate timing, though, for Kyo. Huge for the tri-strikes to try to gain some sort of advantage, but them going down in the zone, not ideal, but all the more favorable if you're on the side of PXG. Here comes Zarius recalling from the Zipcaster, not finding too much value. However, calling out Kyo and trying to push them out, but huge for Kyo in taking that fight down and actually finding themselves in the middle section to recover the zone. 47-point penalty onto PXG.
Real quickly here, Sapph, I'm curious to see if FT1 wants to win this in the next 2 minutes, what do they need to do?
I just think that they have to be obviously work together. You have to work as a team, but also look at this. Bursty and Brand finding themselves in a crab tank battle. So getting a crab tank on the center stage there, probably allowing for Sam to have safe passage to infiltrate onto the spawning deck. If they find themselves in a situation where all the members of PXG are spawning back in. But I really think the name of the game, as it always has been, is the staggering. You need to be staggering the members, because if they can't initiate the team fight, then that is going to all the more work out in your favor. But as I was saying, the success for FT1 is happening right now for PXG.
PXG is going to try to run this one all the way home. They need to take members out from PXG's end, but PXG is 2 down, but is FT win. They hold on with just barely any points left in the tank. There are your keys to victory. We are going to have 57s left to go in the tank. 2 members have gone down. This is a literal race to the finish line here, Sapph. We got to set the stage here. 52 points remain and still counting down. Effectively, FT win. Unfortunately, losing 3. This is going to force penalty points on them. PXG is going to have to play, effectively speaking here, Sapph, the defense of their lives. That's the big thing we need to keep an eye on. They also need to capture the zone to help force penalty points in. FT win is doing a great job holding the line the entire way through. The stamp toss, excuse me, does not land, but they take out Gray. That's 1 member down. They lose a splash. It's a trade of both sides. 20 seconds left to go. It is a huge nail biter. 2 members have gone down. That is a splash. That is Sam going down. PXG, more importantly, forces penalty points. 10 points left. 10 seconds left to go on the clock. 3 members are down from FT win. PXG is gonna put the cherry on top with the wipeout. PXG, your winners of SendouQ Season 6 here today. They take this one home on a 4-3 finish here in the set, and the reverse sweep is denied.
Oh no, you could tell as soon as Bursty dropped down into that pit area, they were like, oh no. And then Kyo was like, hold on, I will come and try to help you. And then the jump in from Sam got immediately called out. Like, oh, you could just see the domino effect happening in real time. An unfortunate blunder for the folks of FT Win, but so close. What a nail biter. Yeah, PXG just ultimately holding it out in the end. And I like how we were saying the keys for success for FT Win was exactly how PXG wanted to play those final moments. And I mean, I'm the same as you. I was literally like, no way, no way.
I think you and I are both almost at the edge of our seats. Laws of words, you get the idea. I feel like there were so many keys to note there too for FT Win from start to finish. I mean, let's be real. FT Win had to be a taxing finish at the finish line, especially having to be in a reverse sweep finish. But they made it count. They had that momentum riding. PXG just decided to say no, and Zeros, I believe, was not as effective as we saw from games 5 and 6, and then we saw Zeros at least just being a thorn on their side, calling out kill in big moments, especially being able to get a lot of value out of that Zipcaster. Consistently getting value out of it, and finally showing up in a very important game 7. That was huge. And FT Win just did not have enough left in the tank. It was a huge uphill battle. I feel like this SendouQ has been this SendouQ Season 6 finale, Sapph, has been the stuff of legends and a lot of stories to tell from it.
Well, I think too, like, it didn't matter if Zeros went down either against Kyo. It was really, the point was, I need to keep you away from all of this, like, as best as I possibly can. And if that means you and I calling each other out down into this pit area, then so be it. If I lose my life doing it, so be it. That means that you and I both are, like, out of the fight, but more specifically, you are out of the fight. And I think that's what matters. Like, they were like, we need to keep Kyo away from the zone. We need to keep Kyo away from their teammates. But like, the reverse was also true. They were like, we need to keep Zeros away from their teammates. We need to keep them away from the team fight and not allow them to either, like, use the Zipcaster when they needed to, or, like, which, by the way, FT Win did not get distracted by the Zipcaster, like, whatsoever. They did not really let that deter them. They were like, okay, like, you're gonna go do your thing, but, like, we're here to play this game. The objective is actually in the center. So again, you got to appreciate the risk assessment. You have to appreciate, like, how do you prioritize what thing, and strong contenders on both sides. But either way, huge congratulations to PXD, which undefeated in their sets all the way up.
That was an absolute barn burner of a 7-game set. That's really all I feel like you've recapped it beautifully. Nothing more I could really add to the mix. We saw a lot of classic sets actually from across the board as a whole. So this was a great one to wrap up on. But of course, that was SendouQ Season 6 finale. The final score in that set is PXG 4, FT Win 3. PXG, your winners of SendouQ Season 6. That was a beautiful job by them. Sapph, I love working with you as I've always said in the past. We have that rapport. So we gotta wrap up here though. So if you don't mind, where can the people find you?
Don't find me, please. I'd prefer if you didn't. But if you must know, I am on B-Sky. If you're interested, I am always wandering around in the woods looking for mushrooms. I will be at Sea Battle on April 12th. So if you want to come to Sea Battle, that's also where I'll be. If you want to go and head over to Battle of BC next month, I will also be at Battle of BC with the other Sea Battle TOs. We're going to be paying a visit to our friends of Van Coral and helping out with the Splatoon 3 stuff. So Battle of BC, Sea Battle, wandering around in the woods on B-Sky. But otherwise, please don't find me. Kyon.
Well, you guys can find me in the usual social media circles. Blue Sky, of course, Kyon2570. .bsky.social for clarity's sake. You can also find me as streaming on Twitch. Just taking a break next week. So hey, if you want to smash the follow button, please do. Nothing more to note. Excuse me. Shoutouts to Pipe Dream, by the way, our amazing
Realist.
producer.
The realist.
For real, our producer here today, and huge shout outs by the way to the TOs and as well for organizing this here. I do want to leave one big shout out here because I think this is we are gonna raid them here soon. Kurta, of course, raising money for a charity event coming up right now. Just whatever you do, you want to stick around this for this raid coming up here. We just want to let you guys know. We want to let you guys know about that. But I think, Sapph, we did all we could. We witnessed a great finish here today. So with all of us here, my co-com Sapph, our producer, Pipe Dream, and all the TOs, this is Kyon saying thank you guys for tuning in to the SendouQ Season 6 finale. We will see you guys next time when the Season 7 finale exists. But until then, have yourselves a great rest of your weekend. We'll see you guys next time.